Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Elira. The chains dragged through snow that had turned to slush beneath dozens of stumbling feet, their metallic song a funeral dirge in the frozen night. My wrists burned where the rusted cuffs bit into raw flesh, each step sending fresh fire up my arms. The dark elf guards moved like shadows alongside their human cargo. Violet eyes gleamed with cruel amusement from faces carved from shadow and malice as they watched us stumble through the treacherous mountain pass. Keep walking, keep breathing, stay alive. The mantra had kept me sane through 3 weeks of captivity. Through the nights when the dark elves' melodic laughter echoed off cave walls, while they decided who would be sold and who would be kept for sport. I'd learned to make myself small, unremarkable, just another piece of livestock in their caravan. But tonight felt different. The guards were distracted, their attention focused on the winding path ahead as they navigated the notorious Corzadern Ridge. A gust of wind cut through my tattered dress, and I nearly cried out from the cold. The fabric, once a soft blue that matched my mother's favourite shawl, now hung in filthy tatters. I could still smell smoke in the threads sometimes, when the wind caught them just right. Smoke and blood and the last gasps of home. Don't think about it. Not now. The woman chained beside me stumbled, her bare feet slipping on ice-slicked stone. I caught her elbow instinctively, steadying her before she could drag us both down. She was older, maybe 40, with greying hair that had once been carefully braided. Now it hung in matted tangles around a face carved hollow by despair. "Thank you," she whispered. I squeezed her arm in response, not daring to speak louder. The guards had whips for those who made too much noise, and my back still bore the welts from my last infraction, asking for water 3 days ago. Quiet cattle. The nearest dark elf's voice was silk wrapped around steel, his pale lips curved in a cold smile. "We wouldn't want to wake the things that hunt these mountains." His companion laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "Let them try to run. The ridge will do our work for us." Ahead of us, the lead guard raised his hand, calling for a brief halt. The caravan shuddered to a stop like some great dying beast, chains settling with soft clanks against stone. The dark elves gathered in a tight cluster, their flowing language like poison honey as they debated something I couldn't understand. But their gestures toward the path ahead told me enough. They were arguing about the route. I tested my weight against my left foot, feeling the chain connecting my ankle to the woman beside me. The metal links were old, spotted with rust that flaked off like dried blood. During the day's march, I'd noticed something that made my heart race with desperate hope. The bolt connecting my wrist cuff to the chain was nearly rusted through. Hours of subtle twisting and pressure had worked the metal until it hung by threads. One good pull. That's all I need. The guards were still arguing, their voices rising slightly. One of them, a tall dark elf with intricate scarification covering his dusky arms, gestured angrily toward the narrow mountain pass ahead. His platinum hair caught the moonlight as he shook his head. "The wearer hunt at night," I caught in their flowing tongue, my heart stuttering at the unfamiliar word. "We should wait for dawn." "Coward," another spat. "They're just stories to frighten children." The woman beside me shivered violently, her teeth chattering. "I can't feel my feet," she breathed. "Soon," I lied. "We'll be somewhere warm soon." But we both knew the truth. The dark elves weren't taking us to some comfortable slave market. They were heading into the deep mountains, towards settlements that specialised in the kind of trade that left no survivors to tell tales. I'd heard the guards talking when they thought we were asleep. This caravan wasn't just about slavery. It was about feeding things that had long since forgotten the taste of mercy. The lead guard barked an order, and the caravan lurched into motion again. But as I took my first step, my foot caught on a jutting piece of stone. I stumbled hard, throwing my hands out to break my fall. The impact jarred through my wrists, and I heard the sweetest sound in the world, the soft ping of metal finally giving way. My left cuff swung free, the rusted bolt having finally snapped. The chain connecting me to the woman beside me remained, but my hand was free. The dark elf guards hadn't noticed. They were focused on the treacherous path ahead, stepping carefully over patches of ice that gleamed like black mirrors in the moonlight. Even with their superior night vision, the ridge demanded caution. I slowly pulled my freed hand inside my tattered cloak, hiding the broken cuff. Wait for the right moment. The path began to narrow as we climbed higher into the ridge. On our left, the mountain rose in a sheer cliff face, dotted with scraggly pines that somehow found purchase in the rock. On our right, the ground fell away into darkness so complete it seemed to swallow sound itself. The wind howled through the peaks above, carrying with it the scent of snow and something else. Something wild and hungry. One of the guards stumbled, cursing as his boots skidded on ice. The dark elf behind him laughed, making some joke in their flowing language that earned chuckles from his companions. "Careful, brother, the humans can't carry you if you fall. Perhaps we should chain ourselves together like our cargo." For just a moment, their attention shifted away from us, focused on their own amusement. Now I yanked my hand free from the remaining piece of the cuff and dove toward the cliff's edge. Behind me, shouts erupted as the guards realised what was happening. The woman I'd been chained to cried out as the connecting chain went taut, but I was already rolling, sliding down the steep slope in a shower of loose stones and snow. "Kith Mordaleth!" the lead guard's voice cracked. "After her!" I tumbled through scrub brush and over rocks that tore at my already ruined dress. Pine needles whipped across my face, drawing blood, but I kept rolling, kept sliding, kept falling toward the darkness below. Behind me, I could hear the dark elves shouting orders, the jingle of mail as they scrambled after me. My shoulder struck a tree trunk, spinning me sideways. I managed to catch myself against another pine, gasping as pain shot through my ribs. But I was still moving, still falling away from them, and that was all that mattered. The slope began to level out, and I found myself in a forest of ancient pines that stretched their gnarled branches toward a sky thick with stars. Snow crunched beneath my bare feet as I stumbled forward, every step taking me further from the caravan and deeper into the legendary wilderness of the Corzadern Ridge. Behind me, the shouts were growing fainter, but I knew they wouldn't give up easily. The dark elves were hunters born, and I was just prey that had slipped its leash. They would follow. I pushed the thought away and ran. The forest around me seemed to pulse with its own dark life. Every snap of a twig beneath my feet sounded like thunder, every ragged breath a beacon calling my hunters home. But for the first time in 3 weeks, I was running towards something instead of being dragged away from it. Even if that something was death, at least it would be a death of my choosing. The wind carried the distant sound of barking. The dark elves had released their hounds. I forced my bleeding feet to move faster, deeper into the ridge, toward whatever waited in the darkness ahead. "Find her!" The lead guard's voice echoed through the trees closer than I'd hoped. "She's worth more alive, but dead will do." I bit back a sob and ran harder, branches clawing at my skin like desperate fingers. At least I would die free. Chapter 2. Elira. The crunch of boots and snarls of hounds echoed behind me as I pushed deeper into the snowdrifts, each step a burning agony that shot up my legs like lightning. My lungs felt as though they were filling with ice, each breath a struggle against the thin mountain air. But I kept moving, kept stumbling forward through the ancient pines, because stopping meant chains again. Stopping meant death. The forest floor was treacherous beneath my bare feet. Roots hidden by snow sent me sprawling more than once. Rocks sharp as blades opened fresh cuts across my soles. But pain was good. Pain meant I was still alive, still free, still running towards something that was mine to choose. Behind me, a hunting horn cut through the night. The dark elves were coordinating their search, and their hounds would follow my scent easily enough through the snow. I had minutes at most before they ran me down. Move. Just keep moving. A branch caught my tattered dress, tearing away another strip of fabric. The blue cloth fluttered to the ground, and for one horrible moment, I was back in my family's burning cottage, watching my mother's shawl catch fire as she tried to shield my baby brother from the dark elf raiders. "Run, Elira!" Her voice echoed across 3 weeks of nightmares. "Run and don't look back!" I had looked back. I'd seen the sword pierce her chest, seen little Clay's tiny fingers go slack in her arms. I'd seen the fire consume everything I'd ever loved, while the dark elves laughed and sorted through the survivors like cattle at market. Rage flared in my chest, hot and sustaining. They'd taken my mother. They'd murdered Clay. They'd dragged me away from the smoking ruin of my life and chained me. But they hadn't broken me. Not yet. "I won't let you win," I whispered to the wind, my voice hoarse with cold and determination. "I won't." My foot struck something solid hidden beneath the snow, a fallen log, moss-covered and rotting. I went down hard, crying out as my knee cracked against stone. For a moment I lay there, tasting blood where I'd bitten my tongue, listening to the distant sounds of pursuit growing ever closer. Get up or die here." I forced myself to my feet, ignoring the way my left knee screamed in protest. Blood ran warm down my shin, but I could still walk, still run. That was all that mattered. The trees were growing denser now, their branches forming a canopy so thick that only fragments of moonlight filtered through. The darkness should have terrified me. I'd heard the stories of what lived in the deep forests of the ridge. But after 3 weeks of captivity, darkness was a friend. Let it hide me from the hunters behind. A wolf howled somewhere in the distance, long and mournful. Another answered from the opposite direction, then another. The pack was moving, communicating, just like the dark elves with their horns and their hounds. Everything here is a predator, I thought, stumbling over another hidden route, including me now. The thought surprised me with its fierceness. 3 weeks ago, I'd been nothing more than a farmer's daughter, skilled with a garden and a loom, but helpless against raiders. Now I was prey that had learned to bite back, even if my teeth were small and my chances slim. I paused behind a massive pine trunk, pressing my back against the rough bark and trying to quiet my ragged breathing. The sounds of pursuit seemed fainter now, but that might just be wishful thinking. The dark elves were patient hunters, and they knew these mountains better than any human had a right to. "She can't have gone far," a voice called from somewhere behind me, the words carrying clearly in the thin air. "The cold will slow her down." Another voice answered, closer than I'd expected. if the beasts don't take her first. Listen, do you hear that? I strained my ears, trying to understand what had caught their attention. At first there was only wind and the distant howling of wolves. But then I heard it, a sound that made my blood curdle. Something was moving through the forest parallel to my path, something large enough to snap branches and send small avalanches of snow cascading from the trees. And it wasn't making any effort to be quiet. "What hunts the hunters in these mountains?" one of the dark elves murmured, and I heard actual fear in his voice for the first time. "Nothing we can't handle," came the reply, but it lacked conviction. I pressed closer to the tree trunk, hardly daring to breathe. Whatever was out there in the darkness, it had the dark elves spooked, and anything that could frighten creatures who treated humans like livestock was something I wanted no part of. A stick snapped somewhere to my left, not behind me where the dark elves searched, but off to the side, deeper in the forest. I turned my head slowly, scanning the trees. Nothing moved, but I had the unsettling feeling that something was watching me. Something patient and hungry and utterly alien. The wolf howls had stopped. Even the wind seemed to have died away, leaving a silence so complete it felt like the world was holding its breath. I couldn't stay here. Standing still made me a target for whatever lurked in these woods, and the dark elves would find me eventually if I didn't keep moving. But every instinct I possessed screamed at me not to venture deeper into that watching darkness. Better the devil you know, I thought, then almost laughed at the bitter irony. There were no devils I knew anymore. Everything in my life had become strange and terrible and deadly. I pushed away from the tree and stumbled forward, toward whatever waited in the depths of the ridge. My feet were numb with cold now, but somehow that made it easier to ignore the cuts and bruises. I was beyond pain, beyond fear, running on nothing but stubborn will and the memory of flames. Behind me, one of the dark elves called out again. "The trail goes cold here. She's either dead or—" The voice trailed off, but I didn't want to know what the alternative might be. I focused on putting one foot in front of the other, on the simple act of breathing in and out, on staying upright when every part of my body wanted to collapse into the welcoming snow. My mother's voice whispered through my memory. "You're stronger than you know, my darling. When the darkness comes, you'll find light you didn't know you carried." I hoped she was right, because the darkness was coming, had already come, and I was about to discover just how much light a broken girl could carry into the hungry shadows of the Khazardern Ridge. The forest stretched endlessly ahead, full of secrets and teeth and things that had forgotten what it meant to show mercy. But it was my forest now, my darkness to navigate. And I would rather die free in its depths than live another day in chains. Chapter 3. Elira. The silence was wrong. No wind stirred the branches, no small creatures scurried through the underbrush. Even my own footsteps seemed muffled, as though the forest itself was holding its breath. I pressed forward anyway, because stopping meant death, and I'd rather face whatever lurked in these woods than go back to chains. That's when I heard it. "Elira?" The voice drifted through the trees like smoke, soft and achingly familiar. I stopped dead, my heart hammering against my ribs. It couldn't be. It was impossible. "Elira, my darling." My mother's voice. Warm honey and summer afternoons, the sound that had sung me to sleep every night of my childhood. I spun in a circle, desperate for a glimpse of her face. "Mother?" The word escaped my lips. "This way, sweetheart. Follow my voice." She was calling from deeper in the forest, where the trees grew so thick that moonlight couldn't penetrate their canopy. Every rational part of my mind screamed that this was wrong, that my mother was dead, buried beneath the smoking ruins of our cottage. But my heart, my broken, desperate heart, wanted so badly to believe. I stumbled forward, following the beloved voice that beckoned me deeper into the darkness. Branches clawed at my tattered dress and drew blood from my arms. She was here somehow. She'd found me in this frozen hell, just like she used to find me when I'd hide in the woods as a child. Just a little further, my love. Come to me. The voice was getting stronger, clearer, and I broke into a stumbling run. Pine needles carpeted the ground now, muffling my footsteps completely. The trees pressed closer together, their branches interweaving overhead until I moved through a tunnel of living shadow. "Mother, where are you?" I called, louder now, past caring if the dark elves heard me. If my mother was somehow alive, somehow here, nothing else mattered. "Right here, darling." The voice came from directly in front of me, so close I should have been able to reach out and touch her. I rushed forward with my hands outstretched, ready to fall into the embrace I'd dreamed of for 3 weeks of captivity. But there was nothing there. Nothing but shadows and the faint scent of decay. And then the terrible truth. The voice calling my name wasn't coming from in front of me at all. It was coming from behind me, in perfect imitation of my own desperate calls. "Mother, where are you?" My own voice echoed back at me, a perfect mimicry that turned my blood to ice. I spun around and something moved. Something tall and wrong and utterly inhuman stepped into the faint moonlight filtering through the canopy, and every prayer I'd ever whispered died in my throat. It towered over me, easily 8 feet tall, with a frame that seemed constructed of shadows and bone. Where its face should have been was the bleached skull of some great beast, empty sockets that should have been dead but weren't. Light flickered deep within those hollow spaces. Not the warm glow of life, but something cold and alien and hungry. But it was the thing's chest that made me forget how to breathe. Beneath skin stretched taut over jutting ribs, something pulsed with its own sickly illumination. A heart made of light and malice, glowing, casting dancing shadows on the snow around its feet. "Mother, where are you?" it said again in my own voice, my own desperate inflection, and I understood with crystal clarity that I was about to die. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound emerged. My legs, already trembling with exhaustion and cold, finally gave out. I collapsed backward into the snow, scrambling away from the creature on hands and knees, my breath coming in sharp, panicked gasps. The thing tilted its skull face, studying me with the patience of a cat watching a wounded bird. When it moved, it was with grace despite its size, each step deliberate and measured. The glow in its chest shifted colours, from sickly yellow to deep crimson, like some grotesque barometer of emotion. This was what the dark elves feared. This was why they'd spoken of waiting for dawn, why even their hounds had gone silent in the depths of the ridge. I'd stumbled into the hunting grounds of something that made raiders and slavers look like children playing at monsters. "Don't be afraid," it said, and now the voice was different, deeper, rougher, like gravel grinding against bone. "I won't hurt you. Much." The lie was so obvious it was almost insulting. This creature was built for hurting, designed for it. Every line spoke of death and feeding, and the kind of patience that came from being the apex predator in a world full of prey. I tried to speak, to beg or bargain or at least die with words on my lips, but terror had stolen my voice. All I could do was stare up at the thing looming over me and wait for whatever came next. The creature took another step closer, and I caught a scent, old blood and ancient bone, and something wild and musky that spoke of caves and darkness and things that should not be. Its glowing heart pulsed faster now, the light shifting from crimson to something deeper, hungrier. This is how I die, I thought with strange clarity. Not in chains, not at the hands of dark elves, but here in the snow, food for something that probably doesn't even have a name. The creature reached down with one clawed hand, fingers long as knife blades, and I finally found my voice. I screamed, a raw, primal sound that echoed through the silent forest. and then I rolled sideways and ran, crashing through the underbrush with the desperate energy of the truly doomed. Behind me, something followed, patient and amused and absolutely certain of the hunt's inevitable end. I ran anyway, because that's what prey does when the predator reveals itself. I ran and prayed to gods who had already abandoned me that death, when it came, would at least be quick. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 4. Kerith. I moved through the trees, sliding between shadows as easily as smoke through bone. The little human scent filled the air, blood and sweat, and the sharp, intoxicating tang of terror. She was already wounded, already weakened. This would be exquisite. The hunger roared through me, demanding satisfaction, demanding the sweet release that came only from silencing a beating heart. I could taste her fear on the wind, could hear the frantic rhythm of her pulse, calling to every predatory instinct I possessed. My chest flared with deep crimson light, the cursed thing that served as my heart pounding with anticipation. Yes, feed, take her, make it last. I pushed through a thicket of brambles, following her scent trail with the patience of a creature that had perfected the art of the hunt. She was tiring, stumbling more frequently now, her desperate flight becoming little more than a prolonged death dance. The thought brought a sound from my throat. If laughter could be carved from bone and malice, I could have caught her already. My speed was inhuman, my senses sharper than any natural predator's. But where was the pleasure in a quick kill? I wanted her to exhaust herself against the mountain's indifference. I wanted her to understand the futility of running from something like me. Fear makes the blood sweeter, I reminded myself, savoring the way her terror perfumed the night air. She stumbled again, went down hard, rolled back to her feet with admirable but pointless determination. More blood scented the air now, and my chest flared with sudden, violent hunger. I watched as she pressed her back against a massive pine trunk, gasping for breath that came in ragged puffs of crystallized despair. Her eyes darted frantically through the shadows, searching for escape routes that had never existed. In the faint moonlight filtering through the canopy, I could see her face clearly for the first time. Young, perhaps 20 summers, with features that would have been lovely before terror carved them into a mask of beautiful, exquisite fear. Dark hair hung in tangled waves around her shoulders, and her eyes, wide with the knowledge of approaching death, still held a spark of something that made my cursed heart pulse faster. Delicious. Most prey simply cowered when they finally saw me, wept and begged and offered bargains they had no power to make. But this one was still fighting, still looking for ways to cheat death even as it reached for her with clawed hands. The defiance should have annoyed me. Stubborn prey required more effort, made more noise when I finally broke them. But instead of irritation, I felt anticipation coiling in my chest. Breaking her spirit would be almost as satisfying as draining her blood. She pushed away from the tree and started moving again, limping badly but still refusing to surrender. I followed, close enough now that she must have sensed my presence, close enough that my breath probably stirred the air around her neck. The terror rolling off her in waves was intoxicating, better than any wine. Run, little rabbit, I thought, letting my claws scrape against tree bark just loudly enough for her to hear. Run until your heart bursts. She made it perhaps another 100 yards before her strength finally gave out completely. I watched her stumble, catch herself against another tree, then sink to her knees in the snow. Her shoulders shook, with exhaustion, with cold, with the kind of despair that came from knowing death was inevitable. Perfect. I stepped out of the shadows then, letting moonlight catch the bleached bone of my skull, letting her see the full scope of what she faced. Her head snapped up at the sound of my approach. "No," she whispered. "No, please." "Beg," I thought with savage satisfaction. "Let me hear you break." I moved closer, savoring every nuance of her fear. The way her breath caught, the way her hands trembled as she tried to push herself deeper into the snow, the way her pulse hammered so frantically I could hear it from here. My light, brighter, deep crimson shot through with threads of hungry gold. This was the moment I lived for when prey finally understood that all their struggling had been meaningless, that death had been walking beside them all along. When hope died in their eyes and left only the delicious despair I craved. I loomed over her, studying her terror with the appreciation of a connoisseur. She was beautiful in her fear, perfect in her helplessness. I could already taste the moment when her defiance finally shattered, when she realized that begging would be as useless as running. But as I drew close enough to smell the salt of her tears, something unexpected happened. The girl looked up at me, really looked, not just at the skull, or the claws, or the pulsing abomination in my chest, but into the empty sockets where my eyes should have been. And for one impossible instant, I saw something flicker across her face that wasn't terror. Recognition. As if she saw something in the darkness behind my skull that she knew. The thought was absurd. I was death and hunger and ancient malice. There was nothing in me worth recognizing, nothing that could call to anything human or decent. Her lips moved, forming words too quiet to hear at first. But I caught them, the desperate whisper that should have sounded like music. "What are you?" Not who. What? The distinction should have pleased me. Acknowledgement that I was no longer anything resembling the creature I might once have been. But instead of satisfaction, something else stirred in my chest. Something that felt almost like... My cursed heart exploded with light. Not the familiar red of hunger or the sickly yellow of feeding. This was something alien, something that made every nerve sing with sensation I had no name for. Gold, bright as molten metal, bright as... I couldn't finish the thought. The light pulsed through me in waves, each one stronger than the last, and with it came confusion so profound it nearly drove me to my knees. What is this? What is happening? The girl stared up at me, her terror shifting to bewilderment as colors chased themselves across my ribcage. That look, not quite fear, not quite curiosity, but something that made the golden light burn brighter, sent rage and confusion warring through my skull. I raised my clawed hand, ready to end this, ready to silence whatever power she had over me. The hunger roared back to life, demanding blood, demanding an end to this strange hesitation. But my hand trembled. Actually trembled, as if some part of me was fighting the kill. Impossible. "What are you?" she whispered again, and this time there was something in her voice that wasn't quite terror. Wonder, maybe. Or pity. The thought sent fury blazing through me. I was no creature to be pitied. I was an apex predator, nightmare given flesh, the thing that haunted the dark corners of the world. But now, I'm confused, lost, staring down at a broken human girl who somehow spun colors that belonged to no monster I knew. Kill her, the hunger snarled. Kill her before she does, whatever this is. Instead, I reached down and grabbed her by the arm, hauling her to her feet with enough force to make her gasp. Her bones felt fragile as bird wings beneath my claws, and the knowledge that I could snap her in half without effort should have been satisfying. It wasn't. Nothing about this was satisfying. "You're coming with me," I snarled, my voice rough with frustration and panic. "Please," she breathed, trying to pull away from my grip. "Please, I won't tell anyone. I silenced her with a growl that made nearby trees shake snow from their branches. Then I began to drag her through the forest toward my lair, toward whatever answers might be found in the darkness of my domain. She stumbled after me, kept upright only by my grip on her arm. "What are you doing to me?" I wanted to demand, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, I pulled her deeper into the shadows, away from whatever strange power had made my cursed heart remember colors it had no right to know. I would figure this out. I would understand what she was, what she'd done to me, and then I would kill her properly before she could do it again.
Chapter 5. Elira. The thing's claws bit into my arm like iron shackles as it dragged me deeper into the forest, each step taking me further from any hope of escape. My feet, already torn and bleeding, left a trail of crimson droplets on the snow, breadcrumbs that would lead nowhere, help no one, because there was no rescue coming. The creature, despite its size, never stumbled over the hidden roots and rocks that sent me sprawling every few steps. When I fell, it simply hauled me upright without breaking stride, its grip tightening until I was sure my bones would snap. "Where are you taking me?" I gasped. It didn't answer, didn't even acknowledge that I'd spoken. The skull that served as its face remained fixed forward, empty sockets staring ahead with single-minded purpose. But I caught the way its grip shifted slightly, claws repositioning against my flesh, as if my words had some effect after all. The path, if it could be called that, began to slope upward, winding between boulders the size of houses and through stands of pine so ancient they might have been growing when the world was young. The air grew thinner, colder, heavy with the scent of stone and something else. Death. Old death, lingering in places where it had been welcomed. My legs gave out again, exhaustion finally claiming what little strength I had left. The creature's grip was all that kept me from collapsing entirely, and for a moment I dangled from its claws. Pain shot up my arm, sharp enough to make black spots dance at the edges of my vision. "I can't," I wheezed. "Please, I can't walk anymore." This time it did stop, those terrible empty sockets turning to study me with alien interest. His light flickered, colours shifting in patterns I couldn't interpret. For a heartbeat, I thought I saw something almost like consideration cross its skull-like features. Then it bent down and scooped me up in its arms as if I weighed nothing at all. The creature's grip, while firm enough to prevent escape, wasn't actively hurting me anymore. Its claws, sharp as razors, somehow managed not to pierce my skin despite my struggles, as if it was being careful. The thought was madness. This thing was a predator, a killer, something that had lured me through the forest using my dead mother's voice. Creatures like this didn't know the meaning of care or mercy. They knew only hunger and the satisfaction of feeding it. But the way it held me, steady and secure even as we climbed higher into the mountain's harsh embrace, suggested otherwise. Or maybe I was just desperate enough to find kindness in anything that wasn't actively trying to kill me. The forest began to thin as we climbed, giving way to exposed stone and windswept ledges. Below us, the dark expanse of trees stretched toward the horizon, breathing organism. Above, the peaks of the ridge clawed at the star-drunk sky, their jagged silhouettes promising nothing but cold and death. "What do you want with me?" I tried again, hoping that persistence might eventually earn me an answer. The creature's head tilted slightly, as if considering the question. When it spoke, its voice was like grinding stone, rough with disuse and confusion. "I don't know." The admission surprised us both, I think. The creature's grip tightened fractionally, and the glow in its chest flared brighter for a moment, before settling back to its steady pulse. 3 words that held more uncertainty than any monster should have possessed. It doesn't know why it took me instead of killing me, I realised. It's as confused as I am. Being the prisoner of something that didn't understand its own motivations should have frozen my bones. Instead, I felt a strange flutter of something. If it didn't know why it wanted me alive, maybe there was a chance I could survive whatever came next. Or maybe I was just telling myself pretty lies to keep from screaming. The path wound around an outcropping of rock. As we passed beneath its shadow, I caught sight of our destination. A cave mouth yawned in the mountainside ahead, dark as a wound in the stone. It was larger than I'd expected, easily wide enough for the creature carrying me, with jagged formations around its edges that looked disturbingly like teeth. No light emerged from its depths, no hint of warmth or comfort. Just darkness that seemed to swallow what little moonlight dared approach. Of course, I thought with hysterical clarity. Where else would a nightmare live? The creature paused at the cave's threshold, and I felt rather than saw it studying me. His light pulsed faster, colours shifting through shades beyond my understanding. When it spoke again, its voice carried a stark warning. "Don't run." I almost laughed. Run? With feet cut to ribbons? Into mountains that would freeze me solid before I made it 100 yards? Away from the only shelter, however terrible, for miles in any direction? Where would I go? I asked instead, surprised by how steady my voice sounded. The creature made a noise that might have been approval, or amusement, or something else entirely. Then it carried me into the darkness, swallowed by the earth itself. The cave was warmer than I'd expected, though that wasn't saying much. The air carried the scent of stone and old fires, of fur and meat and things I didn't want to identify. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I began to make out details that made my blood run cold. This wasn't just a cave, it was a lair, equipped with all the comforts a predator might need. Furs were scattered across the stone floor, some still bearing the shapes of the creatures they'd once clothed. Bones, too many bones, littered the edges of the space, arranged in honour of ritual or madness. And in the centre of it all, a fire pit lined with stones, cold now but bearing the char marks of recent use. The creature that had brought me here wasn't just a mindless killer. It was intelligent, organised, capable of planning and preparation. Somehow, that was more terrifying than simple hunger would have been. The creature set me down on a pile of furs near the far wall, its movements surprisingly gentle. I wondered what animals those pelts had come from, or whether some of them might once have wrapped around something that walked on 2 legs. "Stay," it commanded, the word carrying weight of absolute authority. I nodded, not trusting my voice, and watched as it moved deeper into the cave. It paused near another passage leading further into the mountain's heart, that terrible skull turning back to fix me with its empty stare. For a moment neither of us moved. Then the creature spoke again, its voice softer than before, but no less commanding. "You will not run. You cannot run. There is nowhere to go that I cannot find you." It wasn't a threat, exactly. More a statement of fact, delivered with the certainty of something that had never known defeat. But underneath the words, I heard something else. Something that sounded almost like, "Please don't make me hurt you." The thought was ridiculous. This thing was a monster, a killer, something that had probably never known a moment's mercy in whatever passed for its existence. But the way it watched me, the careful way it had carried me here, The confusion in its voice when it admitted it didn't know why it wanted me alive. All of it suggested depths I hadn't expected. "I won't run," I said, and meant it. Where was there to go? The creature studied me for another long moment, then nodded once and disappeared into the deeper darkness of the cave. I was alone with the bones and the furs and the lingering scent of things that should not be. I should have been terrified. Should have been planning escape routes or ways to defend myself, or at least fashioning weapons from the debris scattered around the cave. Instead, I found myself pulling one of the furs more tightly around my shoulders and staring at the cold fire pit. The creature, whatever it was, had built fires here, had arranged its space for comfort as well as function, had created something that was almost home-like, if home could exist in the heart of darkness. "What are you?" I wondered, echoing its earlier confusion. "And what do you want with me?" Somewhere in the depths of the cave, I heard the soft sound of movement, settling itself for rest, or for watching, or for planning what came next. I pulled the furs closer and embraced their warmth. In the darkness beyond the cave mouth, the wind howled and the ghosts of the ridge danced to its tune. But yet, I found myself thinking that there were worse fates than being someone's treasured prisoner. At least until morning came, and I learned what my captor truly had in mind. Chapter 6. Elira. The creature retreated deeper into the cave as night fell, its glowing chest disappearing into passages that twisted away into the mountain's heart. I listened to the sound of its movement growing fainter, the scrape of claws on stone, the promise of something large settling itself in the darkness beyond. I understood now. I was truly alone. I waited, counting my heartbeats, until the silence stretched long enough to convince me it wasn't coming back immediately. Then I pushed myself up from the nest of furs, biting back a gasp as my torn feet touched the cold stone floor. The cave mouth beckoned like salvation itself, framed by pale moonlight that made the snow beyond glow with ethereal beauty. Freedom. It was so close I could taste it on the wind that whispered through the entrance, clean mountain air, untainted by the scent of death and ancient malice. Now or never. I crept toward the entrance, placing each step with infinite care to avoid the bones scattered across the floor. My heart hammered so loudly in my chest, I was certain the creature would hear it, would come rushing from the depths to drag me back to whatever fate awaited in its domain. But the darkness behind me remained silent. At the threshold, I paused to gather what courage I could find. The forest stretched below, dark and forbidding, but not impossible. If I could reach the tree line, maybe I could lose myself among the pines. Maybe I could find a way down the mountain, back to lands where humans still walked without fear. Maybe was better than the certainty of death that waited in the creature's lair. I stepped into the night. The snow was deeper than it looked, coming up past my ankles and soaking through what remained of my tattered dress. The cold bit through my skin like hungry teeth, but I kept moving. One step, then another, putting distance between myself and the cave that had become my prison. The moonlight was bright enough to see by, turning the landscape into something from a fever dream, all silver shadows and gleaming white expanses that seemed to stretch forever. I picked my way down the rocky slope, following a game trail, or might have been nothing more than a trick of the light. Behind me, the cave mouth gaped, a wound in the mountainside. No sign of movement, no indication that my escape had been discovered. Maybe the creature slept, whatever passed for sleep in things like that. The howl that split the night was like nothing I'd ever heard. Not wolf, not human, but something caught between the two and mad with hunger. It rose from somewhere far too close, echoing off the stone faces around me with such intensity that I felt it in my bones. I dropped to the snow without thinking, pressing myself flat against the frozen ground. My breath came in sharp, panicked gasps that crystallized in the air above me, tiny puffs of steam that might as well have been signal fires. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the howl itself. Then I heard the answer. Elira! The voice that shrieked my name was human in shape, but wrong in every other way. Too sharp, too hungry, stretched thin with predatory need. Elira, where are you? They speak with borrowed voices. The creature's warning echoed in my mind as more voices joined the first. A chorus of stolen sounds calling my name, each one different but unified in their terrible purpose. I recognized some of them. The woman who'd been chained beside me in the caravan, one of the guards who'd taken such pleasure in our suffering. Others I couldn't place but knew had once belonged to people who were now nothing but memories and echoes. We've been looking for you, little rabbit. Come play with us, Elira. We promise it won't hurt, much. The voices were getting closer, surrounding me, and I realized with terror that lying in the snow had made me visible against the white expanse. I was a dark blot against the mountainside, obvious as spilled blood. I started to push myself up, to run, to do anything other than wait for whatever owned those stolen voices to find me. But before I could move, iron fingers closed around my ankle with crushing force. I was yanked backward through the snow so fast I didn't even have time to scream, dragged across stone and ice and back through the cave mouth. The creature hauled me upright and slammed me against the cave wall hard enough to drive the breath from my lungs. Its skull face was inches from mine, empty sockets blazing with cold fire that spoke of rage beyond human understanding. His light pulsed violent crimson, and when it spoke, its voice was a growl that seemed to come from the depths of the earth itself. Answer and it will find you. Each word was carved from winter and fury. Cross and you die. Outside, the stolen voices were growing louder, closer, more desperate in their hunger. But they stopped at the cave mouth as if held back by some invisible barrier. I could hear them pacing just beyond the threshold, calling my name with increasing frustration, but coming no closer. The creature's grip on my shoulders tightened, claws pricking through my dress to the skin beneath. For a moment I thought it was going to finish what the things outside had started, but instead it leaned closer, its voice dropping to a whisper that somehow carried more menace than any roar. My rules. The skull tilted, studying me with alien interest. Silence. The word was a whip. It threw me back onto the pile of furs with enough force to make my teeth rattle. Stay. Do not move. Do not speak. Do not even breathe loudly. The voices outside were growing wilder, more frustrated. I caught fragments of what they were saying. Promises of quick deaths, threats of slow ones, bargains offered. But none of them crossed the threshold. Whatever claim the creature had on this place, the others respected it. Or feared it. The thing that had captured me was protecting me. Not from kindness or mercy, but because I was its prey, its territory, its rules, its kill to make when it chose. But protection nonetheless. Outside, the stolen voices gradually faded as whatever owned them retreated into the deeper forest. The creature remained standing over me until the last echo died away, then moved to the cave mouth and stood sentinel there, a shadow against the moonlight. When it finally spoke, its voice carried a note I couldn't identify. Sleep, and do not try to leave again. Next time, I may not reach you in time. I pulled the furs around myself and tried to stop shaking. The creature had saved me from whatever lurked in the darkness beyond its domain, had risked itself to pull me back from things that wore human voices like masks. But as I lay in the silence that followed, surrounded by the bones of its previous victims, I wondered if salvation from one monster only to belong to another was really salvation at all. The creature remained at the cave mouth until dawn, a silent guardian watching over something that was either its greatest treasure or its next meal. I wasn't sure there was a difference.
Chapter 7. Kareth. 3 days had passed since the humans' first escape attempt, and the hunger clawed at me with renewed fury. The taste of almost feeding lingered in my memory, the moment when my claws had nearly found her throat, when the sweet scent of her terror had made my cursed heart sing with anticipation. But I hadn't killed her. Again. The confusion burned in my chest. I was the predator, death incarnate, the thing that turned brave hunters into whimpering prey. Yet this fragile slip of humanity had reduced me to pacing my own lair, wrestling with instincts that no longer made sense. Kill her, the hunger whispered constantly now, a litany of need that grew stronger with each passing hour. End this madness. Feed. But every time I approached her, something held me back. Some alien hesitation that made my claws tremble and my chest blaze with colors. I needed to hunt. I needed to sink my teeth into something that would scream properly, something that wouldn't make my cursed heart stutter with confusion. Perhaps if I fed elsewhere, the strange hold she had over me would weaken. The human, Elira, though I tried not to think her name, watched me from her nest of furs as I moved toward the cave mouth. Her dark eyes tracked my every movement with the wariness of prey that had learned to read the moods of its predator. Good. Let her remember what I was, what I would eventually do to her once this peculiar madness passed. Stay, I commanded, the word coming out rougher than intended. Do not move from this spot. She nodded without speaking, but I caught the way her muscles tensed, the subtle shift in her breathing that spoke of preparation. The little fool was already planning her next attempt at escape. Let her, I thought with savage anticipation. Let her run, and this time nothing will stop me from ending it properly. I slipped from the cave into the dying light, moving with the liquid silence that had made me legend among the scattered settlements below. The forest welcomed me, shadows parting to ease my passage through territory that had known my presence for decades. But even as I stalked through the familiar darkness, part of my attention remained focused on the cave behind me. Listening, waiting. The human's scent clung to the night air like perfume, and I found myself savoring the anticipation of what would come next. She would run. They always did in the end. I didn't have to wait long. The soft scrape of movement against stone reached my enhanced hearing long before she reached the cave mouth. I could track her progress without turning, the hesitant steps, the paused breathing as she checked for my presence, the sudden rush of movement as she committed to her desperate flight. There? I let her get perhaps 50 yards into the forest before I moved, far enough for hope to bloom in her chest, close enough that catching her would require no real effort. The hunt was supposed to be the best part, the sweet tension of predator and prey dancing their ancient steps. Instead, I felt only cold fury. She crashed through the underbrush with all the subtlety of a wounded bear, following what might charitably be called a path down the mountain slope. Her breathing was already labored, her human frailty making itself known with every stumbling step. I could have taken her from behind, quick and clean, could have ended this strange torment with a single strike that would leave us both at peace. But the rage that had been building for days demanded something more personal. I circled ahead of her, moving through the trees like liquid shadow, and waited. She stumbled into the small clearing where I crouched, chest heaving with exhaustion and desperation. For a moment she didn't see me in the darkness between the pines. Then moonlight caught the bone-white surface of my skull, and her eyes went wide with the kind of terror that should have been music to my ears. Before she could scream, before she could run, I was on her. My claws closed around her throat, not enough pressure to crush, but enough to lift her from the ground and slam her against the nearest tree. The impact drove the breath from her lungs in a sharp gasp. "Do you want to die?" I snarled, bringing my skull face close enough that she could see the fires burning in my empty sockets. She should have begged, should have wept and pleaded, and offered me whatever pathetic bargains humans always tried when faced with their own mortality. Instead, her eyes flashed with defiance. "Yes," she gasped, voice hoarse from my grip on her throat. "I'd rather die than live like your prisoner." "She wants to die," some part of me whispered, with savage satisfaction. Grant her wish. Feed. End this. But even as the hunger roared for her blood, another part of me was curious. This fragile human, faced with certain death, still had the courage to spit defiance in my face. Most prey collapsed into whimpering terror long before this point. She was still fighting, still refusing to break despite everything I'd shown her. Fascinating. I tilted my skull, studying her with the kind of clinical interest I usually reserved for particularly challenging kills. Her pulse hammered against my claws, rapid but steady. No tears, though. Her eyes shone with moisture that might have been pain or fury, or both. She met my gaze without flinching, as if daring me to finish what we both knew was inevitable. The defiance should have annoyed me, should have made me want to break her spirit before I broke her body. No, the thought was alien, unwelcome, dangerous. I'm not capable of respect. I am hunger and death, and nothing more. My grip tightened on her throat, claws pricking through skin to draw tiny droplets of blood that scented the air with copper and salt. She winced but didn't cry out, didn't beg, didn't do any of the things that would have made killing her simple. "You will not run again," I said, voice dropping to the lethal whisper that had been the last sound so many had heard. "Do you understand me?" For a moment she said nothing. Then her lips curved in a smile, though it held no warmth. "Or what? You'll kill me. We both know you're going to do that anyway." The truth of her words sent another wave of fury through me. She was right. I would kill her eventually, once this strange madness passed. But hearing her say it, hearing the bitter acceptance in her voice, made something twist in my chest that felt uncomfortably like guilt. Guilt. I nearly laughed at the absurdity. When had I last felt guilt about feeding? When had I ever cared whether my prey understood their fate? "Yes," I said finally, because lying would serve no purpose. "I will kill you, but when and how depends on how well you behave." I released her throat and watched her collapse to the forest floor, gasping and clutching at the marks my claws had left. Part of me expected her to try running again, to make one last desperate attempt at freedom. Instead, she looked up at me with eyes that held no hope, but no surrender either. Then I suppose I'd better learn to be a good prisoner. The words were spoken without emotion, flat as flintstone. I reached down and hauled her to her feet, noting how careful I was not to use too much force. The consideration annoyed me almost as much as her defiance had. "Walk," I commanded, giving her a push toward the cave. "And remember, next time you try to leave, I may not be in such a merciful mood." She stumbled ahead of me through the darkness, but as we reached the cave mouth, and I watched her settle back into her nest of furs with defeated grace, I found myself wondering if mercy was a luxury I could afford to show much longer. The hunger was patient, but it was also getting stronger. And eventually, even the strangest magic would not be enough to stay the inevitable. I settled into the shadows to watch over my captive, telling myself I was guarding her from escape. But deep down, I suspected I might be protecting her from something far more dangerous. Myself.
Chapter 8. Elira. My hands shook as I pressed them against the cave wall, the rough stone cold beneath my palms. The marks on my throat throbbed where his claws had pierced the skin, tiny wounds that served as a reminder of how easily he could have torn my head from my shoulders. But he hadn't. I touched the shallow cuts gingerly, feeling the dried blood flake away under my fingertips. 100 times since he dragged me to this place, the creature whose name was Kerith could have killed me. 100 opportunities to end whatever strange game this had become. Yet here I sat, breathing and whole, while the bones of his previous victims decorated the walls around me. Why? The question had been eating at me since that first night when his chest had blazed with that impossible golden light. Something about me, something I couldn't understand or control, had stayed in his hand when every instinct he possessed must have been screaming for my death. I studied him from across the cave. He sat motionless in the shadows near the entrance, that terrible skull fixed on me with unblinking attention. But it was the glow in his chest that held my focus, the way it pulsed in steady rhythm. Neither the violent crimson of feeding time nor the sickly yellow I'd learned meant satisfaction. This was something else, something that seemed to respond to my presence, my movements, even my thoughts. Our gazes locked across the space between us, and I watched his light steady, settling into a warm gold that made the shadows dance along the cave walls. Not hunger, not violence. Want. He didn't want to kill me, at least not primarily. He wanted to keep me, to possess me in the way a dragon might hoard gold, not for its utility, but for the simple, overwhelming need to own something precious. The thought was terrifying. But it also offered something I hadn't dared hope for since he'd first dragged me from the forest. Survival. "You're not going to kill me," I said, the words coming out steadier than I'd expected. His skull tilted slightly, empty sockets reflecting the firelight with alien interest. His voice carried a note of surprise. "No," he admitted. "Not today. Not tomorrow either." A pause. His chest flickered, colours shifting through shades I was beginning to recognise. Confusion, frustration, and longing. "I don't know," he said finally, and the honesty in his voice was more unsettling than any threat would have been. I pushed myself away from the wall, moving closer despite every survival instinct screaming at me to maintain distance. His chest flared brighter as I approached, but he didn't move to stop me. Didn't even tense, though I could see the way his claws flexed against the stone floor. "But you want me alive," I pressed, stopping just outside his reach. "For now." "Yes." The admission was soft, reluctant, but it held the weight of absolute truth. He wanted me alive, even if he couldn't understand why, even if it went against everything his cursed nature demanded. I could work with that. "Then we have something to bargain with," I said, surprised by the steadiness in my own voice. His skull snapped up, fixing me with sudden predatory attention. "Bargain? I stop trying to escape. You keep me alive." I spread my hands, showing empty palms. "Simple trade." His chest pulsed faster, cycling through colours I was learning to read like words on a page. Suspicion, calculation, hope maybe? Though I couldn't imagine what a creature like him would have to hope for. "And if I refuse?" he asked finally. I shrugged, affecting a casualness I didn't feel. "Then I keep running. Keep forcing you to chase me, to waste time and energy on hunts that could be spent on other things. Eventually, you'll get tired of the game and kill me anyway. But until then, you'll never have peace in your own territory." It was a gamble, a desperate bluff based on nothing more than the observation that my defiance seemed to fascinate him as much as it frustrated him. "You would do that," he said. "Drive me to madness rather than submit." "I've been a prisoner before," I said. "I know how to make my captors' lives difficult." What seemed like laughter rumbled from somewhere deep in his chest. "Very well, a bargain then. Your compliance for your continued existence." He rose, towering over me in the firelight. When he extended one clawed hand, I hesitated for only a moment before placing my much smaller palm against his. His skin was surprisingly warm, rough with old scars and calluses that spoke of a violent existence. "Agreed," I said. His fingers closed around my hand, not painfully, but with unmistakable possession. His voice carried a note of finality that made my blood run cold. "You are mine now, Elira. Not my prisoner, mine. There is a difference." I wanted to ask what difference, wanted to understand what distinction he was drawing between captivity and ownership. But something in his tone warned me that the answer might be more than I was ready to hear. Instead, I nodded. "I understand." He released my hand but didn't step back, and my pulse raced. "Sleep. Tomorrow we will see how well you honour bargains." I retreated to my nest of furs, hyper-aware of his gaze tracking my every movement. As I settled into the makeshift bed, pulling the pelts around myself for warmth, I felt the weight of what I'd just agreed to settling over me like chains. Not his prisoner, I was his. There was a soft beat of wind across rock, and the distant howl of something hungry in the forest beyond. I wondered if I'd traded one form of captivity for something far worse. The Dark Elves had wanted to sell me, to use me as labour or entertainment or whatever other purposes their kind found for humans. But they'd never claimed to own my soul, never looked at me with the hunger I saw burning in Kerith's empty sockets. I lay awake long into the night, staring at the bones that decorated his walls and wondering if I'd just sealed my own fate. The marks on my throat had stopped bleeding, but they throbbed with each beat of my heart, a constant reminder of death and how easily it could still claim me if I made the wrong choice. But as the hours passed, and I watched the steady glow of his chest pulse in the darkness where he kept vigil, another thought began to take root. He could have killed me 100 times already, but hadn't. Could have let the things in the forest take me, but had risked himself to pull me back. Whatever I was to him, prisoner, possession, or something else entirely, he wanted me alive. For now, that was enough. It had to be, because the alternative was a death I wasn't ready to embrace, no matter how grim the alternative might prove to be. In the darkness beyond the cave mouth, something howled with borrowed voices, calling names that belonged to the dead. But here, wrapped in furs that smelled of musk and wildness, under the watchful gaze of a monster who claimed me as his own, I felt safer than I had in weeks. The realization should have terrified me. Instead, it lulled me towards sleep and dreams of golden light that pulsed in rhythm with my own heart. Chapter 9. Elira. I woke to the uncomfortable sensation of being watched. My eyes opened slowly, adjusting to the dim light that filtered through the cave mouth, and found Kerith sitting an arm's length away. The proximity should have sent me scrambling backward in terror, but something about his posture held me still. He wasn't crouched in his usual predatory stance. Instead, he sat with an almost human casualness, his terrible skull tilted as if he'd been studying me for some time. The glow in his chest was different too. Softer somehow, cycling through warm golds and pale ambers that reminded me of firelight on autumn leaves. Not the harsh crimson of hunger or the sickly yellow of satisfaction, but something gentler. Contentment? The thought was absurd. Creatures like Kerith didn't experience contentment, didn't know anything beyond hunger and violence and the satisfaction that came from successful hunts. But the steady pulse of warm light in his chest suggested otherwise, and I found myself staring at it with fascination instead of fear. "You're awake," he said, voice rough but lacking the menacing edge I'd grown accustomed to. I pushed myself upright, acutely aware of how my hair must look after sleeping on stone and furs, of the way my tattered dress clung to my unwashed skin. Not that modesty mattered to something that saw me as a possession rather than a person, but old habits died hard. "How long was I asleep?" I asked, surprised by how normal the words sounded, as if this was a conversation between equals rather than predator and prey. "Hours," He reached beside him and produced something that made my empty stomach clench with desperate need. Bread and dried meat. Rough fare, but more food than I'd seen in days. A water skin followed, leather worn smooth with age but clean. I stared at the offering, torn between hunger and suspicion. Is it? Not human, he said, anticipating my question. I told you, it's not human. The bread was coarse and dark, probably made from mountain grains I couldn't identify. The meat was tougher than anything I was used to, gamey and strongly flavoured, but it was food. Real food, not the mouldy scraps the dark elves had occasionally thrown to their human cargo. I ate slowly, trying to make it last, hyper-aware of his gaze tracking every movement. But there was something different about his attention today. Less predatory, more curious. As if I was a puzzle he was trying to solve rather than prey he was preparing to devour. The water was clean and cold, tasting faintly of mountain springs. I hadn't realised how thirsty I was until I felt the liquid sliding down my parched throat, and I had to force myself to stop drinking before I made myself sick. Thank you, I said when I finished. His skull tilted, his emptiness reflecting the cave's dim light. Why did you run from them? The question caught me off guard. Not how I'd escaped, but why. As if he genuinely didn't understand what would drive someone to flee captivity. They were going to sell me, I said carefully, unsure how much truth was safe to share. All humans are sold eventually. His tone was matter of fact, without judgment or emotion. That is what humans are for. The casual cruelty of the statement should have angered me, but I heard something else beneath it. Not malice, but genuine confusion. As if he truly didn't understand why being sold would be preferable to whatever the dark elves had planned. Not sell me to work, I clarified. Sell me to be used up, consumed. They weren't taking us to a labour camp or a mining settlement. They were taking us to something worse. Your family, he said suddenly. You spoke of them when you were delirious with cold. A mother, a brother. I'd been careful not to think too much about home, about what I'd lost. Grief was a luxury I couldn't afford, not when survival required all my attention. But he'd asked, and something in his tone suggested this wasn't idle curiosity. They're dead, I said. How? I closed my eyes, and suddenly I was back in that burning cottage, watching my world collapse in flames and screams. The dark elves came in the night. Raiders, looking for slaves and anything else they could carry away. My voice came out steady, emotionless, as if I was recounting someone else's tragedy. My mother tried to hide us, but they found our cellar. The memory played out behind my closed eyelids, with perfect, horrible clarity. The sound of wood splintering as they broke down our door. My mother's desperate whispers as she pushed me and little Clay deeper into the shadows. The moment when torchlight fell across our faces and sealed our fate. She fought them, I continued, opening my eyes to stare at the cave wall rather than meet his gaze. Threw herself at the dark elf who reached for my baby brother. He put his sword through her chest like she was nothing more than an inconvenience. The tears came then, sliding down my cheeks despite my efforts to maintain control. I hadn't cried for them since that first night in the caravan, when grief had threatened to break me entirely. But something about Kerith's alien attention, his careful questions, had cracked the walls I'd built around the pain. Clay was only 2 years old, I whispered. He couldn't even talk properly yet. Called me Lyra because he couldn't manage the full name. A sob caught in my throat. The elf grabbed him from my mother's arms, and I couldn't do anything, couldn't save either of them. Kerith's chest was flickering erratically now, cycling through colours I'd never seen before. Confusion and something else, and distress. As if my pain was somehow affecting him, causing some kind of sympathetic resonance in whatever passed for his soul. "Where is your brother now?" he asked, voice gentler than I'd ever heard it. "Dead." The word came out flat, final. "They killed him when he wouldn't stop crying for our mother. Said he was too young to be useful, too much trouble to keep." I wiped my eyes with the back of my hand, tasting salt and bitterness. They made me watch, made all of us watch, so we'd know what happened to children who couldn't behave. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the distant howl of wind. Carith sat motionless, that terrible skull fixed on me with an intensity that should have been frightening. When he finally moved, it was with sudden, jarring violence. He surged to his feet, that 8-foot frame unfolding like something built from shadow and bone. I thought he was going to strike me, and I braced for the blow. Instead, he turned and stalked toward the deeper passages of the cave, moving with the kind of controlled fury that spoke of inner turmoil. At the threshold between light and darkness, he paused. "Rest," he said without turning around. "Eat. Regain your strength." Then he was gone, vanishing into the mountain's heart. I sat in the sudden silence, tears still drying on my cheeks, trying to understand what had just happened. He'd asked about my family and listened to my story with genuine interest. And when I'd broken down, when the pain had finally overwhelmed my defences, he'd... What? Fled? Been overwhelmed by some emotion he couldn't process. "What are you?" I wondered, staring at the passage where he'd disappeared. "And why do you care about the pain of something you consider little more than prey?" But the darkness offered no answers, and eventually I settled back into my nest of furs to wait for his return. Outside, the wind continued its endless song through the peaks, carrying with it the scent of snow and secrets. And somewhere in the depths of the cave, something that should have been nothing more than hunger and death wrestled with emotions it had no right to feel.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 10. Carith. The human's tears had done something to me, something that made the cursed thing in my chest burn. A fury I couldn't understand. Sorrow. The word drifted through my mind like smoke, alien and unwelcome. When had I last felt sorrow for anything other than an empty belly or a failed hunt? When had the pain of prey ever been more than seasoning for their terror? I snarled at the snow-laden pines, claws raking bark from the nearest trunk in furrows deep enough to kill the ancient tree. The violence should have brought satisfaction, should have burned away whatever weakness was eating at me from within. Instead, it only made the ache in my chest worse. Her tears, the way her voice had broken when she spoke of her dead brother. The dark elves had made her watch. Of course they had. Cruelty was art to their kind, and they were master artists. But why did I care? I was hunger incarnate. I had killed countless humans over the decades, had torn families apart with my own claws and fed on their despair as eagerly as their blood. The tears of orphans should be music to my ears, not whatever this was. This twisting sensation that felt like claws digging at my ribs from the inside. Perhaps I once knew such things, I thought, then immediately pushed the notion away. There was no before worth remembering, only the hunger that defined my existence and the prey that satisfied it. But as I moved deeper into my territory, following game trails worn into the mountain stone by generations of creatures that knew better than to linger in my domain, fragments of something surfaced. Impressions more than memories, glimpses of emotions that might have belonged to whatever I'd been before. The curse transformed me into this thing of bone and malice. A woman's laugh, firelight on familiar faces, the weight of responsibility, of others depending on my strength. The images were gone before I could grasp them fully, leaving only the echo of loss and the growing certainty that Elira's grief had awakened something in me that was better left sleeping. I needed to hunt, needed to remind myself what I was, what purpose drove me through these endless nights. The kill would burn away this weakness, this inexplicable sympathy for a creature that should mean nothing more to me than any other source of sustenance. The scent was thick, musk and the metallic tang of blood from a recent fight. Mountain elk by the smell, one of the great horned creatures that ruled these peaks until something like me decided otherwise. Perfect prey for working out the frustration that clawed at my thoughts. I found it in a clearing, perhaps a mile from my lair, a magnificent bull with antlers that could impale a grown man and the scarred hide of a creature that had survived many battles. It looked up as I approached, brown eyes reflecting moonlight with the calm acceptance of something that had always known this moment would come. At least you know what you are, I thought, and struck. The hunt was brief and brutal. The elk was strong, fast, possessed of the kind of desperate courage that came from cornering. But I was something beyond the natural order. My claws found its throat before it could flee. My weight bore it down into the snow before it could strike with those deadly antlers. I fed with mechanical efficiency, draining the beast until the light faded from its eyes and the warmth left its flesh. The blood should have brought satisfaction, should have quieted the hunger that gnawed eternally at my core. Not right, not what I need. The realization sent a spike of panic through me. When had ordinary prey stopped satisfying the curse that drove me? When had the hunt become something to endure rather than savor? Since her, the truth came. Since the human came, nothing else has tasted right. I stared down at the elk's corpse, at the blood that stained the snow in patterns that looked almost like tears, and felt despair settle over me. If normal prey could no longer sustain me, if the hunger was evolving into something more specific, more dangerous, a new thought struck me like ice water in my veins. Elira, alone in my lair, with time to explore, to wander, to discover things I'd never intended for her to see. The bone chamber, my collection, decades of trophies arranged with careful precision, skulls sorted by size and type, the evidence of everything I truly was displayed like some macabre museum. She'd been respectful of boundaries so far, staying in the main chamber, never venturing into the deeper passages where I kept my memories. But curiosity was human nature. And if she found those passages, if she saw what lay within, the image of her face twisted in horror, of the trust dying in her eyes as she finally understood the full scope of what she'd bound herself to, sent panic blazing through my chest, brighter than any hunger. I abandoned the elk's carcass and raced back through the forest, driven by desperate need to reach her before she could stumble across truths that would destroy whatever fragile peace we'd built together. But even as I ran, part of me wondered if it was already too late. If the creature who'd wept for her dead brother was even now discovering exactly what kind of monster had claimed her as his own. The The cave mouth came into view ahead, dark and silent. Too silent.
Chapter 11. Elira. The cave felt different with Carith gone. Larger somehow, as if his presence had been filling spaces I hadn't realised existed. The fire he'd built before leaving still crackled softly, casting dancing shadows on the walls that seemed to shift and move with lives of their own. I pulled the furs closer around my shoulders and tried to settle back into the warmth, but restlessness gnawed at me. The conversation we'd shared, my tears over Clay and my mother, the way his light had changed when I spoke of loss, had stirred something in me that wouldn't quiet. He'd fled after I broke down, claimed he needed to hunt. But I'd seen the confusion in his empty sockets, the way his massive frame had trembled with emotions he couldn't name. Whatever I'd awakened in him had frightened him enough to drive him into the night. "What are you?" I wondered, staring at the passage where he'd disappeared. "And what are you becoming?" My feet were going numb from sitting still for so long, pins and needles shooting up my calves as circulation returned. I needed to move, needed to do something other than wait for his return, and whatever mood might come with it. The cave suddenly felt too small, too confining. I pushed myself to my feet and began to explore. The main chamber was larger than I'd initially realised, with passages leading deeper into the mountain's heart. Some were clearly natural formations carved by water and time, while others showed signs of deliberate excavation. Walls smoothed by tools, ceiling heightened to accommodate something of Carith's impressive size. My bare feet made soft sounds against the stone as I moved, each step echoing faintly in the confined space. The cold bit through my torn soles, but I welcomed the discomfort. It was proof I was still alive, still capable of feeling something other than fear. The first passage I explored led to a storage area. Bundles wrapped in oiled leather lined the walls, some bearing the unmistakable shapes of weapons, others containing supplies I couldn't identify. The air here was thick with the scent of preservation, salt and smoke, and things I didn't want to think about too closely. The second passage was narrower, winding deeper into the mountain's embrace. I followed it for several yards before the walls began to close in, forcing me to turn sideways to continue. But just as I was about to give up and turn back, the passage opened into another chamber. I should have recognised the smell immediately, should have understood what the thick, sweet stench meant, and fled before I saw what waited in the darkness beyond. Instead, I stumbled forward and found myself in hell. Bones. So many bones that at first I couldn't process what I was seeing. They lined the walls in careful arrangements, sorted by size and type with an attention to detail that spoke of ritual or madness, or both. Femurs stacked like cordwood, ribs arranged in spiralling patterns that hurt to look at, vertebrae threaded together like grotesque jewellery. But it was the skulls that made my knees buckle. Human skulls, dozens of them, arranged on natural shelves carved into the chamber walls. Some still bore traces of hair, wisps of brown or black or gold that fluttered in the air currents like funeral banners. Others had been cleaned so thoroughly they gleamed white as fresh snow, empty sockets staring at nothing with the patient indifference of the dead. And scattered among them, the elongated skulls of dark elves, their alien beauty made obscene by the violence that had separated them from their bodies. His previous meals, I realised. These aren't just bones, these are people, were people. Horror rose in my throat like bile, and I pressed my hand to my mouth to keep from retching, but the images wouldn't stop coming, faces I could almost see in the empty sockets, lives that had been lived and loved and ended in this terrible place. A young woman with a child's skull nestled beside hers, an elderly man whose bones spoke of arthritis and long years. Children, so many children, their smaller skulls arranged with what might have been reverence or might have been mockery. "That's going to be me," I thought with hysterical clarity. When he tires of whatever game this is, my skull will join the collection. Clay will never know what happened to his sister. The sob that escaped my lips echoed strangely in the bone chamber, multiplied and distorted until it sounded like a chorus of the dead, crying out in unison. I stumbled backward, desperate to escape the accusing stare of all those empty sockets, but my legs gave out entirely. I hit the stone floor hard, skinning my knees through the thin fabric of my dress. The pain was nothing compared to the weight of realization crushing down on me. I'd made a bargain with a creature that collected human skulls like trophies, had eaten food prepared by hands that had torn the flesh from these bones, had actually begun to believe that something in him might be capable of mercy. No. I whispered to the darkness, the word coming out choked and desperate. Please, no. But the bones offered no comfort, no reassurance. They simply stared with the terrible patience of things that had already surrendered to their fate. I don't know how long I knelt there, sobbing into my hands while the weight of horror pressed down on my shoulders like iron chains. Long enough for my tears to run dry, for the raw agony in my throat to settle into a dull ache. Long enough for the cold to seep through my dress and turn my skin to ice. Survival instinct overrode despair. I couldn't stay here, surrounded by the evidence of what awaited me. I had to move, had to get away from this charnel house before Carith returned and found me among his trophies. I pushed myself to my feet on trembling legs and fled. The passage twisted and turned, splitting into smaller branches that led deeper into the mountain's heart. I chose paths at random, driven by nothing more than the desperate need to put distance between myself and the creature that would inevitably add my skull to his grotesque collection. One passage proved too narrow for my shoulders, forcing me to turn back. Another ended in a solid wall after only a few yards. But the third led to salvation. A crack in the rock, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. I could hear air moving beyond it, felt the faint promise of space and freedom. Behind me, the weight of those watching skulls pressed against my consciousness like a physical thing. I pressed myself into the crack, using my hands to feel my way forward in absolute darkness. The stone scraped against my back and chest, tearing what remained of my dress, but I forced myself deeper. The crack widened gradually until I could crawl on hands and knees instead of squirming on my belly. Then, wider still, opening into passages that branched and twisted through the living rock. I chose my path by instinct alone, and kept moving, driven by grief and terror, and the desperate hope that somewhere in this labyrinth I might find another way out. The forest beyond was dark and cold, but it felt like freedom.
Chapter 12. Carith. The cave mouth yawned before me, dark and silent as a tomb. No warm glow of firelight, no soft sounds of movement from within. The wrongness of it hit me before I'd taken 2 steps inside, setting every predatory instinct ablaze with alarm. "Elira!" I called, my voice echoing off the stone walls. Silence answered. The main chamber was empty, the fire burned down to glowing embers. Her nest of furs lay abandoned, still holding the impression of her body, but growing cold. I followed her scent through the cave, my chest blazing brighter with each step as dread coiled in my gut like a living thing. The trail led exactly where I'd feared it would, to the bone chamber, to the one place in my domain I never wanted her to see. Her scent was thick here, heavy with terror and revulsion and the salt of tears. I could read the story in the air, how she'd stumbled into my collection, how she'd knelt among the skulls and finally understood what kind of monster had claimed her, the horror that had driven her to flee through passages she'd never explored before. "Fool," I snarled at myself. "You should have sealed this chamber. Should have destroyed the evidence of what you were before she could." But it was too late for regrets. The damage was done, and she was gone. I followed her trail through the twisted passages, noting where she'd scraped against stone walls, where desperation had driven her through spaces barely wide enough for her human frame. The crack that had allowed her escape was too narrow for me to follow, but I knew these mountains better than any creature alive. There were other ways out, other paths she might have taken once she'd reached the surface. I emerged into the night and immediately caught her scent on the wind, fear and exhaustion and the copper tang of blood from where stone had torn her skin. She was moving away from the cave with no clear direction, driven by panic rather than planning. Perfect prey for the things that hunted these peaks. The thought sent fury blazing through my chest. She was mine, terrified of me now, revolted by what I was, but still mine. No other predator would claim her while I drew breath. I followed her trail through the forest, reading her desperation in broken branches and disturbed snow. She was moving erratically, choosing paths at random, putting distance between herself and my domain without regard for the dangers that lurked beyond my protection. The sound of her movement reached me before I saw her, the soft crunch of feet in snow, the harsh rasp of breath from someone pushed beyond their limits. She was perhaps 50 yards ahead, stumbling through a grove of ancient pines with the blind determination of prey that had forgotten everything except the need to flee. I could have taken her from behind, quick and silent, could have ended her flight before she knew I was there. But something held me back. Perhaps the memory of tears, perhaps the last vestige of whatever conscience her story had awakened. Instead, I let her see me coming. She spun at the sound of my approach, and the terror that blazed in her eyes nearly drove me to my knees. This wasn't the wariness I'd grown accustomed to, the careful respect of prey that had learned to navigate a predator's moods. This was pure, primal horror, the look of someone who had finally seen the monster without its mask. "Don't," she gasped, backing against the nearest tree. "Please. I won't tell anyone, I'll—" "Tell them what?" I asked, moving closer despite the way she flinched at my approach. "That the monster of Causadern Ridge keeps trophies? They already know what I am, Ilera. The question is, whether you do." She pressed herself harder against the tree bark, as if she could disappear into the wood itself. Those skulls. Those were people. Mothers and fathers and children. "They were food," I said, the words coming out harsher than I'd intended. "Nothing more." "Food," she laughed, high and hysterical. "You call that food? You arranged them like art? Like some sick collection?" "They were my kills," I snarled, patience finally snapping. "My territory, my prey, my right to do with as I pleased. What did you think you'd bound yourself to? What fairy tale were you telling yourself about the creature that claimed you?" Her face crumpled, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I hoped there was something human left in you. Something worth—" There isn't." The lie tasted like ash on my tongue, but it was necessary, kinder than the truth. There never was. You were useful to me, nothing more, a curiosity, a temporary distraction from the eternal hunt. But even as I spoke the words that should have driven her away, should have made her hate me enough to flee and never look back, she did something that stopped my heart. She stepped forward. One small step, then another, closing the distance between us despite the terror rolling off her in waves. "I don't believe you," she whispered. "Then you're a fool." "Maybe." She was close enough to touch now, close enough that I could smell the salt of her tears and the copper of her blood. "But if you truly felt nothing, if I meant nothing to you, you would have killed me the moment you found me. Instead, you're trying to drive me away." The simple truth of her words hit like a physical blow. I stared down at her, this impossible creature who could see past the monster to whatever fragment of humanity still flickered beneath, and felt something crack in the walls I'd built around my cursed heart. "You saw what I am," I said, voice rough with emotions I couldn't name. "What I've done. How can you stand there and—" "Because I also saw you build fires to keep me warm," she interrupted. I saw you cook food with care for my comfort. I saw your light change when I told you about my family." Her hand rose toward my face, trembling but determined. "Those skulls are part of what you are, but they're not all of what you are." When her palm touched my skull face, when her warmth seeped through bone that should have been cold and dead, I understood that I was lost. Whatever game of predator and prey we'd been playing was over, transformed into something far more dangerous, something that might actually be worth the risk of hope. "You should run," I whispered, though my arms were already moving to encircle her. "You should flee this mountain and never look back." "I know," she said, leaning into my embrace despite everything she'd seen, everything she knew I was capable of. "But I'm not going to." In the forest around us, night predators called to each other in voices of hunger and longing. But their songs couldn't touch us here, in this moment of impossible understanding between monster and maiden. We were both probably doomed, but at least we would face that doom together.
Chapter 13. Elira. The darkness of the mountain passages had eventually led me in a circle, depositing me back in Caerith's lair through a tunnel I hadn't known existed. I'd emerged from the shadows like some underground creature, covered in stone dust and bleeding from a dozen scrapes, to find him waiting by the main entrance. He'd dragged me back without a word, his claws careful not to break skin, but firm enough to leave bruises. Now I sat in my nest of furs, arms wrapped around my knees, staring at the cave wall rather than meet his gaze. I could feel the weight of his attention, could see the crimson glow of his chest pulsing in my peripheral vision. But I refused to give him the satisfaction of acknowledgement. Monster, I thought, collector of bones, killer of children. Minutes passed, maybe an hour. The only sounds in the cave were the soft scrape of his claws against the floor, a restless rhythm that spoke of controlled agitation. At last, he moved. "Look at me," he commanded, voice rough with suppressed emotion. I kept my gaze fixed on the cave wall, studying the patterns in the stone, as if they held the secrets of the universe. I said, "Look at me, Elira." The use of my name made something twist in my chest, but I remained still. He didn't deserve the courtesy of attention, not after what I'd seen. Not after I knew what those careful bone arrangements really meant. A growl rumbled from somewhere deep in his chest. "Ungrateful," he snarled, the word crackling with fury. "I save you, provide you with food and warmth and protection, and this is how you repay me, with sullen silence and foolish escape attempts that nearly got you killed." The rage that had been building since the bone chamber exploded outward like water through a broken dam. "Protection?" I screamed, my voice cracking with the force of it. "You call that protection?" Those skulls, those bones, how many of them thought you were protecting them too? His chest flared brighter, colours shifting through shades that spoke of confusion and growing anger. They were prey. You are... what? Different. I surged to my feet, ignoring the way my torn soles protested against the cold stone. Special? How long before you decide I'm not special anymore? How long before my skull joins your collection? That will not happen. His voice carried absolute conviction, but I was beyond caring about his promises. "Why not?" I demanded, taking a step closer, despite every survival instinct screaming at me to maintain distance. "Because I amuse you? Because I make your chest glow pretty colours? What happens when the novelty wears off, Caerith? What happens when you get bored of your pet human?" The sound that escaped his throat was pure rage and made the bones on his walls rattle. "You know nothing of what you speak." "I know you're a monster," I screamed back, tears streaming down my face. "I know you kill people for fun, arrange their bones like trophies. I know you've probably done it for decades, maybe centuries, and I'm just another victim who hasn't died yet." "Reckless," he snarled, taking a step toward me that made the ground tremble. Foolish. Do you think the elves I killed tonight would have shown you such consideration? Do you think these mountains would care about your tender feelings? Elves, I said. What elves? His skull tilted, empty sockets blazing with crimson light. The ones tracking you, the ones who would have found you if you'd stayed hidden in those passages, like the frightened mouse you are. Horror crawled up my spine like ice. They found me. The caravan. 6 of them, he said with satisfaction that made my stomach turn. Armed with enchanted weapons, following your scent through my territory. They spoke of reclaiming their property. The last word dripped with contempt. I explained to them why that would not be possible. You killed them. It wasn't a question. Yes. Simple. Final. Without the slightest trace of regret. The casual admission sent fresh rage blazing through me. More bodies for your collection? More bones to arrange in pretty patterns. His hands clenched into fists. I do not collect elves. They taste of poison and cruelty. But you collect humans. I gestured wildly toward the passages that led to his bone chamber. Men, women, children, all neatly sorted and displayed like some mad museum. They were food! The words exploded from him with volcanic force, echoing off the cavern walls until the air itself seemed to vibrate with fury. Sustenance, nothing more. They were people, I screamed back, my voice raw but no less determined. They had names and lives and loved ones who mourned them. That child's skull I saw, someone's baby brother, just like Clay. Someone who cried when he was taken, just like I did. The world is full of predators and prey, Elira. I am what I am. You are what you are. Nothing you say will change that. Then why keep me alive? I demanded. If I'm just prey, if I'm just food waiting to spoil, why not finish it? Add my skull to the collection and be done with it. The silence stretched between us, heavy with questions neither of us knew how to answer. When he finally spoke, his voice was softer, but no less dangerous. I don't know, he admitted, but until I do, you will remain here. You will accept my protection, and you will stop running toward death like it's salvation. I won't. You will. The words stung my skin, because the alternative is watching you become prey to something that won't hesitate the way I have. Something that won't care about your tears or your defiance, or whatever it is about you that stays in my claws. The admission was heavy with implications I wasn't ready to examine. He was right, and we both knew it. Without his protection, I would already be dead, either at the hands of the elves he'd killed or claimed by the things that hunted these mountains with borrowed voices. But that didn't make the bone chamber any less horrific, didn't make him any less of a monster. Go, he said finally, turning away from me as if the sight of my face had become unbearable. Back to your nest. Sleep. We will speak no more of this tonight. Right, a nest, I snapped, fury giving me strength I didn't know I still possessed. A pile of furs in a cave is no place for a human at all. But even as the words left my mouth, exhaustion was dragging at my limbs like lead weights. I stormed back to my nest of furs and flopped down with as much dignity as I could manage. I closed my eyes and tried to put the child's skull I'd seen out of my mind, trying not to imagine my own bones joining that grisly collection. But sleep, when it finally came, was full of empty sockets and accusing stares. And in the darkness of the cave, something that should have been nothing but hunger wrestled with emotions it had no right to feel.
Chapter 14. Kareth. She'd called me a monster. The word shouldn't have carried any sting. It was simple truth, after all. I was exactly what she'd named me. But something in the way she'd spat the accusation had cut deeper than any blade. Monster. As if I'd had a choice in what the curse had made me. Hours passed. The moon traced its arc across the sky beyond the cave mouth, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow on the stone walls. Still, I kept my vigil, telling myself I was guarding against escape attempts or unwanted visitors. But the truth was simpler and more disturbing. I couldn't look away from her. There was something about the way she slept that fascinated me. The way her face relaxed into something almost peaceful. The way her dark hair spilled across the furs like spilled ink. In sleep, she looked younger, more fragile, stripped of the defiance that burned in her waking hours like banked fire. "Beautiful," whispered a voice, and I tried to strangle the thought before it could take root. Beauty was a concept for creatures capable of more than hunger. I was predator and prey was prey, and whatever aesthetic appreciation I might feel was merely the recognition of well-formed sustenance. But the lie tasted bitter, even in my own mind. Moving with the silence that had made me legend among the scattered settlements below, I rose from my position and padded deeper into the cave. Her sleeping area wasn't truly separate, merely a natural alcove that offered the illusion of privacy. But it felt different from the main chamber, intimate in a way that made the cursed light in my chest pulse with unfamiliar warmth. She lay curled on her side, one hand tucked beneath her cheek, the other clutching the edge of a fur, as if even in sleep she feared it might be taken away. The soft glow from my chest cast amber highlights across her face, turning her skin to molten gold and deepening the shadows beneath her lashes. I settled myself against the opposite wall, close enough to smell the warmth of her skin, but far enough to avoid disturbing her rest. This close, I could hear her breathing. I could catch the faint scent that marked her as unique among all the prey I'd ever encountered. "What are you?" I wondered, not for the first time. "What is it about you that makes the hunger pause?" The questions had been eating at me since that first night, growing stronger with each passing hour. By all rights, she should be nothing more than bones and memories by now. The curse that drove me was relentless, demanding, utterly without mercy. Yet here she lay, breathing and whole, while I sat watching over her like some lovesick fool from the stories humans told their children. Lovesick. The word sent a spike of revulsion through me. Love was a weakness, a failing of lesser creatures who mistook biological imperative for higher emotion. I was incapable of such sentiment, shaped by forces that recognized only hunger and satiation. But then why did the sight of her tears affect me so profoundly? Why had her story of loss and grief sent me fleeing into the night like something wounded? Why did her defiance make the my light blaze in such a way that even I could not comprehend? Are you just going to sit there and watch me again? Her voice was soft. I'd been so lost in my brooding that I hadn't noticed the change in her breathing, the subtle shift in posture that meant consciousness had returned. For a moment I considered pretending I hadn't heard, or simply leaving without acknowledgement. But something in her tone, not accusation this time, but something that sounded almost like resignation, made honesty seem preferable to cowardice. "Yes," I said simply. She rolled over to face me, dark eyes reflecting the glow from my chest like twin stars in the darkness. There was no fear in her gaze now, no rage, just a kind of weary curiosity that made something twist uncomfortably in my chest. "Why?" she asked, pushing herself up to sit cross-legged on the furs. "What do you see when you look at me?" The question was more complex than she probably realized. What did I see? Prey that wouldn't behave as prey should. Food that had somehow become precious. A fragile human who'd made me question everything I thought I knew about my own nature. "I don't know," I admitted, the words coming out rougher than intended. "That's not an answer. It's the only answer I have." The admission felt like tearing something vital from my chest, leaving me raw. "You should be dead. I should have killed you the moment I caught your scent. But I didn't. I can't. And I don't understand why." She studied my skull face with an intensity that made the cursed light pulse brighter. "The other bones in your collection," she said quietly. "Did you watch any of them sleep?" The question struck at something I'd been trying not to examine too closely. No, I said after a pause. They were different. How? I struggled to find words for concepts that existed at the very edge of my comprehension. They begged, I said finally, wept, offered bargains they couldn't keep. They broke easily. My empty sockets fixed on her face. You haven't broken. A ghost of a smile touched her lips, though it held no warmth. Maybe I'm just more stubborn than they were. Maybe. But I didn't think stubbornness was the whole answer. There was something else. Something that called to whatever remained of the creature I'd been before the curse transformed me into this thing of hunger and bone. You're afraid of me, I observed, watching the way her pulse quickened despite her calm exterior. But you don't cower. You argue. You defy. You make demands of me as if you have the right. Don't I? She challenged. You keep saying I'm yours now, not just prey. What does that mean, exactly? What did it mean to claim something as mine without intending to consume it? What was the difference between possession and protection, between ownership and something else? I don't know, I said again, and hated how helpless the admission made me sound. For all the times I'd watched her wake, this one was different. Something had shifted in her expression. The wariness remained, but underneath it I glimpsed understanding, as if she'd seen past the bone and malice to whatever creature I really was. You're not what I expected, she said quietly. What did you expect? A mindless killer, something driven purely by hunger. Her eyes searched my face, or what passed for it. But you think, you feel things, even if you don't understand them. That makes you more dangerous than any simple monster. The observation was more perceptive than I'd anticipated, and far more unsettling. I was dangerous, to her, to myself, to whatever fragile equilibrium had formed between predator and prey in this forsaken place. Sleep, I said, rising from my position against the wall. Dawn will come soon. But as I moved to leave her alcove, her voice followed me into the darkness. Kareth. I paused, not turning back. Whatever you were before the curse made you into this. Some part of it is still there. I can see it sometimes, in the way your light changes color. I didn't answer. Couldn't answer, because the truth of her words cut too close to fears I'd buried beneath decades of purposeful forgetting. But as I settled back into my watching post, I found myself wondering if she was right. And if she was, whether that fragment of my former self would prove salvation or damnation for us both.
Chapter 15. Elira. I sat up slowly, the furs pooling around my waist as I studied the creature that had become the centre of my existence. In the dim glow cast by his chest, Kareth looked less like the monster from my nightmares and more like something tragic, a being caught between what he was and what he might once have been. The silence stretched between us, but it felt different now. Less hostile, more contemplative, as if we were both trying to solve the same impossible puzzle. I should hate you, I said. But you don't, he said. It wasn't a question, and I found I couldn't deny it. I want to. God help me, I've tried, but I can't bring myself to feel it. I wrapped my arms around my knees, suddenly aware of how exposed I felt in just my tattered dress. You didn't kill my family. You didn't burn my home or steal my brother from my arms. No, he agreed, but I have done those things to others. The admission should have sent revulsion through me, should have rekindled the rage that had driven me to the bone chamber. Instead, I felt only a kind of weary sadness. I know. I saw the evidence. Then why? Because you saved me from the dark elves, I interrupted. Even if it means I'm your captive now, your possession. You could have let them take me, could have let the things in the forest have me, but you didn't. You make it sound like kindness, he said, voice rough with self-loathing. It wasn't. I kept you because I wanted to, because something about you made the hunger different. I studied his face, or what passed for it, trying to read emotions in features carved from bone and shadow. Tell me about it. The hunger. What it's like. It burns, he said simply. Always. A fire in my chest that never goes out, only grows stronger with time. Everything I see, everything I smell, everything that lives and breathes, it all looks like fuel for that fire. But not me, number, not you. With you, the fire quiets. Not gone, but bearable. A fever breaking. I wanted to ask why, wanted to understand what made me different from all the others whose bones decorated his walls. But something in his posture warned me he didn't have answers, only questions as burning as my own. What do you remember? I asked instead. From before. Nothing. Fragments, impressions that might be dreams or memories or lies the hunger tells me. He was quiet for a moment, then continued. Centuries, Elira. Centuries of nothing but the hunt and the kill and the brief satisfaction that follows. Do you know what that does to something that was once more? The pain in his voice was so raw, it made my chest ache in sympathy. Whatever he'd been before the curse transformed him, that creature was buried so deep, even he couldn't find it anymore. You're alone, I said, always. The simple word carried the weight of decades, of nights spent in empty caves with no company but bones and hunger. I am the only one of my kind in these mountains, the only one anywhere, perhaps. There is no one to share the burden of what I am. Without thinking, I shifted closer, drawn by something I couldn't name. That must be terrible. He began, loneliness is for creatures capable of forming bonds. I am hunger. I am death. I should not feel. But he stopped mid-sentence, because I had reached out without conscious thought, my fingertips brushing against the strange glow of his chest. The effect was instantaneous and overwhelming. The light beneath my palm flared crimson, burning brighter than I'd ever seen it, so intense I could feel the heat against my skin. Carith went rigid, every line of his massive frame suddenly taut as a bowstring. Our eyes met. Elira, he said. I should have pulled my hand away, should have retreated to the safety of my furs and the pretense that we were nothing more than captor and captive. But I couldn't seem to move, caught in the gravity of whatever force pulled between us. I feel it too, I whispered, though I wasn't sure what I was admitting to. Whatever this is, I feel it. The light under my palm pulsed, and I realised with startling clarity that I was touching the very essence of what kept him alive. Not his heart. Something more fundamental than that. The core of his cursed existence burning against my fingers. You should be afraid, he said, but his voice held no menace now, only wonder. I am afraid, I admitted, but not of you, not exactly. Then what? Of what it means, this connection, what it makes us, I said. The question was still unanswered and perhaps unanswerable. We were predator and prey, monster and human, death and life drawn together by forces neither of us understood. It should have been impossible, should have been wrong. But as I felt the steady pulse of light beneath my palm, as I watched colours chase themselves across his chest, the emotions were too complex, yet I couldn't bring myself to pull away. Whatever we were becoming, whatever this strange bond meant for both our futures, I was no longer certain I wanted to fight it. And judging by the way his light steadied under my touch, burning warm and golden instead of the harsh crimson of hunger, Carith felt the same. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new questions, new reasons to remember why creatures like us weren't meant to find solace in each other's presence. But tonight, in the amber glow of his cursed heart, I allowed myself to forget the bones on his walls and the inevitable fate that awaited me. I let myself feel the strange peace that came from touching something that should have been my doom and finding warmth instead of death. I was no longer counting the hours until escape. I was counting the heartbeats until he pulled away. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 16. Kareth. The moment her fingers brushed my chest, every carefully constructed barrier I'd built against the hunger shattered like glass. The cursed light beneath her palm blazed crimson, then gold, then something beyond color. Pure sensation that burned through my bones and set every nerve ablaze with need. "Elira," I rasped, her name torn from my throat. She should have pulled away. Should have fled from the predator whose control was fracturing with each beat of that stolen heart. Instead, she pressed closer, her palm flattening against the glow as if she could capture the light itself. "I know," she whispered, eyes dark with something that wasn't fear. "I feel it burning." The last thread of my restraint snapped. I moved faster than thought, faster than breath, my claws tangling in the fabric of her tattered dress as I hauled her against me. She gasped at the contact, her soft warmth pressing against the hard planes of my cursed body, and the sound went through me like lightning. "You don't understand what you're doing," I growled against her ear, my voice rough with centuries of denial finally cracking. "What you're asking for..." Her hands found the sides of my skull, fingers tracing the bone with tenderness. "Then show me." The words destroyed me. I crushed her mouth with mine, tasting her gasp of surprise and the salt of tears. I hadn't realized she was crying. My kiss was brutal, desperate, everything I'd held back since that first night when her scent had delivered me impossible colors. "Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform."
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
When it ended, her head pillowed on my chest and her breath warm against my ribs. I expected the hunger to return. I expected the madness to reassert itself now that the moment had passed. Instead, I felt peace. The gnawing emptiness in my chest had quieted to something manageable. Not gone. It would never be gone, but bearable in ways I'd forgotten were possible. "It cannot last," I said. Her fingers traced patterns in the glow of my chest, following the light as it pulsed with contentment instead of hunger. "Then we'll make it last as long as we can." The simple acceptance in her voice broke something in me that I hadn't realized was still whole. I wrapped my arms around her, carefully, always carefully, and held her against me like she was the only thing standing between me and the abyss. Because she was. I allowed myself to believe that maybe even monsters could find salvation in the arms of something pure. But the hunger stirred restlessly in the depths of my chest, patient but not dormant, and I knew that our borrowed time was just that, borrowed. The question was whether love could be stronger than a curse written in blood and bone. I held her closer and washed the answer from my mind.
Chapter 17. Elira. I woke to warmth, not the grudging heat of shared body temperature beneath scratchy furs, but actual, deliberate warmth that spoke of fires tended and comfort considered. For a moment I lay still, eyes closed, trying to reconcile this gentle awakening with everything I knew about my situation. The memory of the night before flowed over me. Kerith's hands on my skin, his mouth claiming mine with desperate hunger, the way his chest had blazed with impossible colours as we moved together in the darkness. My cheeks burned at the recollection, but underneath the embarrassment was something else, a deep satisfaction separate from base pleasure. I'd touched the heart of a monster and found it capable of tenderness. The fur covering me was different from the ones I'd grown accustomed to. Softer, cleaner, with the rich brown colouring of something recently hunted rather than scavenged from old kills. Someone had placed it over me while I slept, tucking the edges around my shoulders with careful attention to modesty. The crackling of flames drew my attention to the cave's main chamber. I pushed myself upright, wrapping the new fur around myself, and padded barefoot toward the source of heat. Kerith crouched beside the fire pit, his massive frame somehow managing to look graceful despite its size. He'd built the fire with obvious skill, not too large, not smoky, the flames fed by wood that had been carefully selected and arranged. Over the coals, a spit held what looked a haunch of meat, slowly turning as he rotated it with movements that were surprisingly gentle. The domesticity of the scene was jarring. This creature who'd collected human skulls like trophies, who'd torn apart dark elves with his bare claws, was cooking breakfast with the careful attention of someone who actually cared whether the meat burned. "You're awake," he said without turning around, though I was certain I'd made no sound. The fire woke me. I settled myself on a flat stone nearby, close enough to share the warmth but far enough to avoid crowding him. "It's nice." His skull tilted slightly, as if the compliment puzzled him. "You were cold. I thought warmth would be welcome." There was something almost hesitant in his voice, an uncertainty that didn't match the confident predator who'd claimed me so thoroughly the night before. As if he wasn't sure whether caring for my comfort was permitted or wise or even possible for something like him. "It is welcome," I assured him, and watched the way his chest flickered with brief, warm gold. "Thank you." The smell rising from the spit was rich and savoury, nothing like the tough, hastily prepared fare I'd grown accustomed to. My stomach responded with an embarrassing growl that made me press a hand to my middle. "It's not human," he said suddenly, as if reading my thoughts. "Or dark elf, mountain sheep. I thought, after last night, you might prefer to know." The consideration behind the words made something warm unfurl in my chest. He was trying, in his own awkward way, to make this easier for me, to show that whatever had changed between us meant something more than just physical satisfaction. "I appreciate that," I said softly. "More than you know." His movements around the fire grew more self-conscious, as if my attention made him nervous in ways that physical combat never could. It was fascinating to watch this creature, who'd faced down armed dark elves, fumble with the simple act of preparing a meal. "I'm not," he began, then stopped, claws scraping against stone as he adjusted his grip on the spit. "This is not something I do. Care for others. Provide comfort." The admission came out rough, almost defensive. "I don't know if I'm doing it correctly." The vulnerability in his voice nearly broke my heart. When was the last time he'd tried to care for someone? Had he ever? The bone chamber suggested decades, maybe centuries of solitary existence, with no one to practice tenderness on except prey that wouldn't survive long enough to appreciate the effort. "You built a fire," I pointed out, injecting gentle teasing into my tone. "You're cooking food that isn't made from people. You gave me a clean fur to sleep under." I smiled, hoping he could read the expression even on features that weren't entirely human. "I'd say you're doing fine." His chest flared brighter, cycling through shades of gold and soft amber that spoke of something dangerously close to pleasure. But he looked away quickly, as if the praise unsettled him more than any argument we'd ever had. "The meat will be ready soon," he said, deflecting the conversation away from anything resembling emotion. I studied his profile in the firelight, noting the careful way he tended the flames, the precise attention he paid to the cooking process. Everything about his posture spoke of someone trying very hard to do something right and terrified of failing. "Careth," I said gently, and waited until he looked at me. "Thank you for all of it, the fire, the food, the fur. I know it's not natural for you, but it means something to me." His empty sockets seemed to bore into my soul, searching for deception or mockery or whatever response he'd learned to expect from creatures capable of cruelty. When he found only sincerity, his light settled into a warm, steady glow that made the cave feel more a home rather than a prison. "You're welcome," he said finally, the words coming out like he was testing their weight. We sat in companionable silence after that, watching the flames dance and listening to the meat sizzle over the coals. I felt safety, not the fragile hope of avoiding immediate death, but the deeper assurance that comes from being genuinely cared for. It should have been impossible. He was still the creature who'd built a collection of human skulls, still the predator whose hunger had claimed countless lives. But watching him tend the fire with such careful attention, seeing the way his chest glowed with warmth instead of the harsh red of violence, I could almost believe that monsters were capable of change. Or maybe I was just a fool, finding love in the arms of something that would eventually devour me. But as the smell of properly cooked meat filled the cave and Careth's awkward consideration wrapped around me, I decided that being a fool might be preferable to the alternative. For the first time in longer than I could remember, I wasn't afraid of what tomorrow might bring. I was curious about it. And that perhaps was the most dangerous transformation of all.
Chapter 18. Careth. The cave mouth framed the world beyond in shades of silver and shadow, snow-covered peaks stretching toward a sky the color of old steel. I'd taken my usual position at the threshold between my domain and the wilderness beyond, scanning the ridgelines for signs of movement that didn't belong. The dark elves I'd killed the night before wouldn't be missed immediately. Their kind were too arrogant to believe anything in these mountains could threaten them. But eventually, questions would be asked. Search parties would be sent. And when they came, I needed to be ready. The thought of more intruders in my territory should have excited me. Fresh blood, new challenges, the satisfaction that came from defending what was mine. Instead, it filled me with something that felt uncomfortably like dread. Not for myself. I'd faced worse than dark elf patrols and emerged victorious. But the idea of them finding Elira, of them taking her back to whatever fate they'd planned in their mountain strongholds. "Mine!" the beast in my soul snarled. "She is mine, and I will kill anything that tries to take her." The possessiveness should have disturbed me, should have reminded me that I was predator first and foremost. But as the memory of the night before stayed with me, her warmth, her trust, the way she'd whispered my name, I found I couldn't summon the will to care about what was proper for my kind. She changed something fundamental in me, and I was no longer certain I wanted to change it back. "Have you seen them?" Her voice, soft as morning mist, drifted from behind me. I didn't turn, but every sense I possessed locked onto her presence like iron drawn to lodestone. The sound of her bare feet on stone, fur against skin as she moved, the warm scent that marked her as mine in ways that went deeper than mere possession. No, I said, though it wasn't entirely true. I'd caught traces on the wind, distant smoke that spoke of campfires, the faint echo of hunting horns from the lower valleys. They were looking for her, these creatures who'd claimed ownership over something they'd never deserved. But they're out there, searching. She settled beside me at the cave mouth. I could feel the heat radiating from her skin despite the cold mountain air. The fur she'd wrapped around herself was the same one I'd placed over her while she slept, soft brown pelt that had once belonged to a mountain cat, foolish enough to encroach on my territory. "Will they find us?" she asked, and I caught the way she said us instead of me, as if we were a unit now instead of predator and prey. "If they do, they'll die," I said simply. The truth of it settled around us like falling snow, cold and inevitable. "This is my domain. Has been for decades. I know every stone, every hiding place, every approach they might use. They cannot surprise me here." She was quiet for a moment, and I found myself studying her profile in the pale morning light, the delicate curve of her jaw, the way her dark hair caught silver highlights from the snow's reflection. Dangerous thoughts, I reminded myself. She is human, fragile, temporary. But the warnings felt hollow, especially when she turned to look at me with eyes that held no fear, only a kind of weary acceptance that cut deeper than any blade. "I should want to go with them," she said quietly. "Back to whatever passes for civilization in this world. Away from," she gestured, "from this." Of course she wanted to leave. What human wouldn't prefer the company of her own kind to that of a monster? What sane creature would choose the cave of a predator over the possibility of freedom? But then she did something that stopped my self-recrimination cold. She moved closer, close enough that her shoulder brushed against my arm, close enough that I could count her heartbeats if I chose to. "But I don't," she whispered, the admission so soft I might have imagined it. "I don't want to go." The colors that lived inside me shifted. I felt each one as it slid and morphed, almost mocking me. Surprise, perhaps. Something that felt dangerously like hope. And underneath it all, a warmth we shared. Why? The question escaped before I could stop it, raw with an uncertainty I'd thought buried beneath centuries of solitude. She was quiet for so long I began to think she wouldn't answer. Then she finally spoke. "What I have here with you," she said, each word chosen with careful precision, "is better than anything waiting for me out there." She wanted to stay, not because she had no choice, not because escape was impossible, but because she found something here, with me, that she valued more than freedom. I turned to face her then, my skull face catching the pale light as our gazes met. Her eyes were steady, certain, holding truths I wasn't sure I was ready to hear. In them I saw reflected not the monster who collected bones, but something else. Something that might once have been capable of more than hunger and violence. "You could die here," I said, "with me. The hunger, it's not gone, Elira, only quieter. There's no guarantee it will stay that way." "I know." Her hand found mine, small fingers intertwining with claws that could tear through steel. "But out there, I'm guaranteed to die. If not from the elves, then from cold or wild beasts, or any of the dozen other things that hunt humans in this world." She squeezed gently, and I marveled at her courage. "At least here, if I die, it'll be beside something that cares what happens to me." Cares. The word reverberated through my chest, setting off resonances I'd thought lost forever. When had I last cared about anything beyond my next meal? When had the fate of another creature mattered more than my own satisfaction? The answer was never. Until her. "Elira," I said, her name a prayer and a warning and a promise all at once. "I know what you are," she continued, as if she needed to say it all before her courage failed. "I've seen your collection, felt your hunger, watched you kill without hesitation. But I've also seen you build fires to keep me warm, cook food to fill my belly, risk yourself to protect me from things that would use my mother's voice to lure me to my death." Her thumb traced across my knuckles, a touch so gentle it sent waves through me. "Whatever you were before the hunger claimed you, some part of it is still there. And that part," she swallowed hard, "that part is worth staying for." The word shattered something in me that I'd thought beyond breaking. I felt tears, not water, for creatures like me wept no mortal salt, but something deeper. The recognition of grace offered to something that had never deserved it. She saw the monster and chose to stay anyway, saw the predator and found something worth cherishing, saw the collection of bones and still believed redemption was possible. Devotion, I realized. This is what devotion feels like. Not the simple possessiveness of predator for prey, but something infinitely more complex. The need to protect, to cherish, to ensure her happiness even at the cost of my own. The willingness to become something better than what I was, if it meant keeping the light I saw in her eyes. "The elves won't stop looking," I said, though my voice sounded strange even to my own ears. "They'll send more, stronger ones, eventually. Eventually we'll face that when it comes." Her smile was sad but determined. "But until then, we have this cave, this moment, this strange thing between us that shouldn't exist, but does." She leaned closer, her forehead almost touching mine. "That has to be enough, because it's all we have." I stared at her, this fragile, impossible creature who'd found beauty in a beast and chose love over safety. "Yes," I said finally, the word carrying the weight of promises I'd never thought myself capable of making. "It's enough." The wind continued to whisper through the peaks, carrying with it the distant threat of hunters and the promise of challenges yet to come. But here, at the threshold between my domain and the hostile world beyond, with Elira's warmth pressed against my side and her trust burning brighter than any fire, I found something I thought lost forever. Peace, purpose. A reason to fight for more than mere survival. Something that might, against all odds, actually have a chance at happiness.
Chapter 19. Elira. The path Carith led me down was more than a deer track carved into the mountainside, winding between outcroppings of stone that looked sharp enough to cut flesh from bone. I followed in his footsteps, my bare feet finding purchase on rocks worn smooth by wind and weather, trusting his knowledge of the terrain even as my breath came in short gasps from the exertion. "Where are we going?" I asked, wrapping the fur more tightly around myself as the wind picked up. "Somewhere I want you to see," he said without turning back. There was something different in his voice, softer, almost hesitant. Something I remember. He remembered so little of what he'd been before the curse claimed him. Fragments and impressions that might have been dreams. For him to speak of remembering anything was significant. The path curved around a massive boulder, and suddenly the world opened up before us. Nestled in a natural bowl between towering peaks lay a lake so perfectly still it looked like polished glass. The pale sun caught its surface and threw light back in patterns that danced and shifted with each breath of wind, turning the water into liquid silver. I stopped walking, caught by the beauty of it. "It's incredible." Carith moved to stand beside me at the lake's edge. His chest pulsed with gentle gold, reflecting off the water in ripples of warmth. "I come here sometimes," he said quietly, his voice carrying that same vulnerability I'd heard the night before. "When the hunger becomes too much to bear, when the solitude feels like it might drive me to true madness, this place, It quiets something in me. I studied his profile, noting the way he stood with unusual stillness, as if afraid that too much movement might shatter whatever peace he'd found here. "Do you remember why?" I asked gently. He was quiet for so long I began to think he wouldn't answer. When he finally spoke, his words came out halting, uncertain. Fragments, impressions that might be memory or might be madness. His claws flexed against his palms. The sound of laughter echoing off water. Sunlight on faces I can't quite recall. The feeling of belonging, of being part of something larger than myself. The pain in his voice made my chest ache in sympathy. To catch glimpses of a life lost, a self that might have existed before the curse transformed him into something monstrous. It had to be torture of the cruelest kind. "Maybe it was a place you knew," I suggested. "Before. Maybe you came here with people you cared about. Maybe." He turned his skull face toward me, empty sockets trying to focus on my features. Or maybe I'm simply losing what little sanity centuries of isolation has left me. That's when I noticed it, the way he squinted at me, head tilting as if he was straining to see something just beyond his reach. "You can't see me clearly," I said. His chest flared brighter for a moment, then dimmed with what looked like shame. "Not unless you move. When you're still, you're blurred, indistinct. How long has it been since you fed?" I knew the answer from the way his light had been growing dimmer over the past few days. The way he'd been sitting closer to me as if proximity could compensate for failing vision. "Days," he admitted. "Weeks. I can't seem to bring myself to hunt the way I used to." "Because of me?" "Yes." The honesty was brutal, unflinching. The hunger still burns. But when I think of leaving you alone, of being away from you even for the hours it would take to track and kill, the thought is unbearable. My heart broke for him even as terror clawed at my throat. He was starving himself, letting his vision fail, because he couldn't bear to leave me unprotected. It was the most romantic and terrifying thing anyone had ever done for me. "You have to hunt," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Kerith, you can see me when I'm standing right in front of you. What happens if something attacks while you're half blind? What happens if the dark elves come and you can't focus enough to fight them off?" "I know, but..." "No buts." I moved closer, reaching up to touch his skull face with hands that trembled only slightly. "You protected me from things in the forest that I couldn't even see. You killed 6-armed dark elves to keep them from taking me. I won't be the reason you starve yourself into helplessness." "Elira!" "Promise me," I interrupted, pouring all the authority I could muster into my voice. "Promise me you'll hunt, tonight, before your vision gets any worse." He stared down at me, or tried to, his empty sockets searching for features. His light cycled through colours I was learning to read: reluctance, fear, desperation. "If I leave you even for a few hours, I'll stay in the cave. I'll bar the entrance if I have to, but you can't protect me if you can't see threats coming." I pressed my palms against his chest, feeling the warmth of that cursed light pulse beneath my touch. "Please, for both our sakes." The silence stretched between us, across the lake's surface. When he finally spoke, his voice was rough with reluctant acceptance. "Very well. Tonight, when darkness falls, I'll hunt." He caught my hands in his, claws careful not to pierce skin. "But you will stay exactly where I leave you. You will not explore, will not wander, will not so much as step outside the cave mouth until I return. I promise." He studied my face then. Slowly, he lifted one clawed hand to brush my cheek with surprising gentleness. "If something happens to you while I'm gone," he said quietly, "if the darkness takes you or the cold claims you or some hunter finds my lair, I will tear this mountain apart stone by stone until I find what's left of you. The promise was fierce, possessive, edged with the kind of violence that should have terrified me. Instead, it sent warmth spreading through my chest like wine, the knowledge that someone, something, cared enough to threaten the very foundations of the world for my sake. "Nothing will happen," I said, though we both knew I couldn't guarantee it. "I'll be waiting for you when you return." He nodded once, then turned back toward the lake, the conversation closed by mutual agreement. But I caught the way his chest pulsed brighter as he looked out over the water, as if my promise had given him something to hold on to in the darkness ahead. We stood in silence after that, watching the sun track across the sky and paint the lake in shifting patterns of light and shadow. It was beautiful here, peaceful in a way that made it easy to forget the dangers that lurked beyond this hidden sanctuary. But as the afternoon wore on, and I watched Kerith strain to focus on things that should have been clearly visible, I knew that peace was a luxury we couldn't afford much longer. Tonight, he would hunt, and I would wait, alone in a cave decorated with bones, hoping that when he returned, it would be as the creature who'd learned to build fires and cook meat with careful attention. Not the monster who'd collected those skulls in the first place. The thought sent ice through my veins, but I pushed it away. He needed to feed, needed to restore the vision that kept us both alive. Whatever the cost, whatever temporary madness the hunt might awaken in him, it was a price we had to pay. I just prayed I would survive the paying of it.
Chapter 20. Kerith. I stalked through territory I'd claimed decades ago, but every step away from my cave felt like tearing pieces from my own flesh. The need to return, to check on Elira's safety, clawed at me with intensity that rivaled the hunger burning in my chest. She'll be fine, I told myself, following a game trail toward the lower valleys where prey was more likely to wander. She promised to stay put. She knows the dangers. But the rational part of my mind was being steadily devoured by something more primal. The absolute certainty that leaving her alone, even for the few hours a hunt required, was the gravest mistake I'd ever made. My vision continued to blur at the edges, shapes becoming indistinct unless they moved with enough force to catch my attention. It was worse than I had admitted to her, the degradation accelerating with each day I went without proper feeding. Soon I would be more liability than protection. Hunt, feed. Restore yourself so you can keep her safe. A dark elf. I dropped into a crouch behind a fallen log, studying him through eyes that struggled to focus on anything more than 20 feet away. He was young, probably a scout sent ahead to check for signs of the missing patrol, armed but not heavily, more concerned with speed than combat readiness. Perfect prey for a predator operating at less than full capacity. I moved with the liquid silence that had made me legend in these mountains, circling around to approach from his blind side. The dark elf's violet eyes swept the forest with practiced vigilance, but he was looking for human tracks, not the kind of threat that could materialize from shadow itself. His neck snapped with a wet crack that echoed off the surrounding trees. I caught his body before it could hit the ground, already bringing my mouth to the wound to feed before the blood could congeal. The taste exploded across my tongue, copper and cruelty, seasoned with the particular bitterness that marked all of his kind. I drank deeply, draining him with the efficient brutality of a predator that had perfected this dance over countless hunts. But as the last drops of his life flowed down my throat, I waited for the familiar satisfaction to follow, the easing of the hunger, the sharpening of vision, the sense of strength restored that came with proper feeding. Nothing. The blood sat in my stomach like poison, providing no relief from the gnawing emptiness that consumed me. If anything, the hunger seemed to burn brighter, more focused, as if this meal had only reminded it what it truly craved. Elira, when had normal prey stopped satisfying me? When had the curse evolved beyond simple sustenance into something more specific, more dangerous? Since the night she first touched my chest and made the light burn gold instead of crimson. I wiped the blood from my jaw with the back of my hand, tasting ash and disappointment. The Dark Elf's death had accomplished nothing except to prove what I'd been trying to deny. My hunger was no longer for just any warm flesh and flowing blood. It was for her. Only her. I couldn't allow myself to consume. Frustration and rage twisted in my gut like living things, made worse by the knowledge that this changed everything. If ordinary feeding could no longer sustain me, if my very existence now depended on the one person I was determined to protect. "You're going to kill her," the voice returned. "Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but eventually the hunger will grow too strong. You'll take what you need, whether she gives it willingly or not." I snarled at the shadows, claws raking bark from the nearest tree in furrows deep enough to kill the ancient pine. The violence should have brought some release, some outlet for the fury building in my chest. Instead, it only made the certainty of my situation more clear. I was becoming something worse than a simple predator. I was becoming dependent on the one creature I would die before harming. The wind shifted, carrying new scents across the forest floor, and I froze. Something was wrong. Not the familiar musk of animals or the metallic tang of spilled blood, but something else. Something that made every predatory instinct I possessed flare to violent life. Another Wyra. The scent was unmistakable once I recognized it. Ancient hunger and cursed flesh, the particular musk that marked my kind. But this one was different from my own scent, carrying traces of recent feeding and the confident musk of a creature operating in peak condition. Impossible. I was the only one of my kind in these mountains, had been for decades. The territorial markers I'd left, the boundaries carved in blood and bone, should have warned off any others who might wander into my domain. Unless they weren't wandering. Unless they'd come here deliberately, drawn by rumors of something that had captured the interest of a Wyra, but somehow remained unconsumed. Lyra, the name exploded through my consciousness like wildfire, bringing with it terror so pure it actually strengthened my failing vision. She was alone in my cave, protected by nothing more than stone walls and the promise that I would return. If another of my kind had caught her scent, had realized what she was to me. I was running before conscious thought could intervene, crashing through the underbrush with desperate speed. Behind me, the dark elf's corpse cooled in the snow, forgotten in my panic to return to the one thing that mattered more than my own existence. The forest blurred past in streaks of white shadow as I raced toward home, toward the cave where I'd left my heart beating in human shape. Every second, an eternity. Every obstacle, a deliberate attempt by the world itself to keep me from what was mine. Let her be safe. I prayed to gods I'd stopped believing in centuries ago. Let me reach her before anything. But I didn't finish the thought. Couldn't bear to imagine what I might find if I arrived too late. Instead, I ran harder, pushing me to my limits in a desperate race against time and hunger, and the terrible possibility that my greatest fear was about to become reality. The cave couldn't be far now. Just another few hundred yards through terrain I could navigate blind if necessary. But as the familiar scent of my territory grew stronger, so did the alien musk that spoke of trespass and threat, and the kind of challenge that could only end in death. "Hold on," I whispered into the wind, knowing she couldn't hear me, but needing to say the words anyway. "Hold on, Elira, I'm coming." And if I was too late, if some other predator had claimed what was mine, then I would paint these mountains red with vengeance and let the hunger consume me entirely. Because a world without her in it was no world I wanted to inhabit.
Chapter 21. Elira. I'd promised Kerith I would stay in the cave, but after hours of waiting in that bone-decorated space, I'd needed air that didn't taste of old death and ancient hunger. The frozen lake felt safe enough, close to his territory, visible from multiple approaches, and far from any paths the dark elves might use in their search. Besides, I could see the cave mouth from here, a dark wound in the mountainside that called to me with promises of warmth and strange safety. Kneeling at the water's edge, I discovered something that made my heart lift despite everything. Flowers. Tiny mountain blooms that had somehow found the courage to push through snow and ice, their petals bright as drops of blood against the white landscape. They were beautiful in their defiance, refusing to surrender to the harsh reality of their environment. Like me, I thought with dark humour, carefully plucking the hardiest specimens, too stubborn to know when they're supposed to die. As I gathered the small bouquet, my mind began to wander toward dangerous territory, the future. What would it look like, this strange life I was building with a creature that should have been my death? Could his cave truly become a home if I brought touches of beauty to soften its harsh edges? I imagined the flowers in a crude vase near the fire pit, their colour warming the stone walls. Maybe I could convince him to help me gather more furs, arrange them into something approaching furniture, clean the bone chamber, turn it into storage space for supplies instead of trophies, transform a predator's lair into something that felt like home. Home. The word sat strangely in my mind, weighted with implications I wasn't ready to examine. When had I started thinking of Carith's cave as anything more than a prison? When had the idea of decorating it with flowers seemed like planning rather than fantasy? Since he learned to build fires for my comfort, since he cooked meat with careful attention to my preferences, since he touched me like I was something precious instead of prey. The warmth that spread through my chest, the memory of golden light pulsing against my palm. Whatever was growing between us defied every rational thought, every survival instinct, every piece of common sense I'd ever possessed, and I was done fighting it. A soft thud from the tree line behind me made me smile despite the cold biting at my cheeks. "Back already?" I called without turning around, still focused on the delicate work of extracting flowers from their icy prison. The hunt went faster than... The snarl that answered me was wrong in every possible way. Too high, too sharp, carrying a note of hunger so pure it made my bones ache with recognition. This wasn't Carith's voice, wasn't the rough growl I'd learned to find comfort in during our strange courtship. This was something else entirely. I spun toward the sound, flowers scattering from my suddenly nerveless fingers, and found myself staring at a nightmare that wore Carith's general shape, but nothing else of familiarity. This creature was taller, leaner, built for speed, rather than the predatory strength I'd grown accustomed to. Its skull was different too, longer, more bestial, with fangs that curved like sabres from its elongated jaw. But it was the heartlight that made my blood turn to ice in my veins. Not the warm gold I'd learned to associate with safety. Not even the crimson of hunger I'd seen in Carith's chest during our darker moments. This creature's heart burned blood red, pulsing with malevolence so pure it seemed to stain the air around it. Another wearer. This was what Carith had been before I changed him, what he might become again if the hunger ever overwhelmed whatever strange bond we'd forged. "Pretty little morsel," it said, voice like grinding stone mixed with broken glass. So far from her keeper's protection, so vulnerable. I tried to run, but my legs had turned to water beneath me. The creature intercepted my stumbling flight before I'd managed 3 steps. Claws sliced through my cloak like it was made of gossamer, leaving burning trails across my shoulder that immediately began to weep blood. The scent hit the air between us, and the creature's heartlight flared to blinding intensity. "Yes," it hissed. Leaning, I could smell the charnel house stench of its breath. "You smell of him, of my rival who thinks he can keep such treasures for himself." I screamed, high and sharp and desperate, the sound echoing off the lake's surface and the surrounding peaks. But there was no one to hear, no one to come running except the creature, whose return might already be too late. The wearer's claws closed around my wrist with bruising force, and suddenly I was being dragged away from the lake, away from the flowers I'd scattered in my panic, away from any hope of rescue. My feet skidded against snow and stone as I fought to break free, but the creature's strength was inhuman, implacable. "Where are you taking me?" I gasped, clawing at its grip with my free hand. "Somewhere your keeper will find you," it replied with satisfaction. "Eventually, after I've had my fill." Its terrible skull turned toward me, empty sockets blazing with anticipation. He thinks he's learned restraint, learned to treasure instead of consume. I'll teach him the folly of such weakness. Trees blurred past as it pulled me deeper into the forest, further from any landmark I might recognize. My cloak caught on branches and tore away entirely, leaving me in nothing but my thin dress against the mountain cold. But physical discomfort was nothing compared to the crushing weight of realization. This wasn't random. This creature hadn't stumbled across me by accident. It had come here deliberately, drawn by rumours or scent or some other predator's instinct to the knowledge that a wirer in these mountains had claimed something precious but remained unwilling to consume it. I was bait to draw Carith into a confrontation with something that saw his newfound restraint as weakness to be exploited. "He'll kill you," I said through gritted teeth, putting every ounce of conviction I possessed into the words. "Carith will tear you apart for touching me." The creature's laughter was like breaking bones. Perhaps the hunger will finally claim him properly when he sees what I've done to his pretty toy. Either way, I win. My blood ran cold as the full scope of its plan became clear. It didn't just want to feed on me. It wanted to destroy whatever had grown between Carith and myself, to prove that creatures like them were incapable of anything beyond hunger and violence. "It's wrong," I told myself desperately as we crashed deeper into the forest. "What Carith and I have is real, strong enough to survive this." But as claws tightened around my wrist and that blood-red light pulsed with anticipation, I found myself praying that my faith wouldn't prove as fragile as the flowers I'd left scattered beside a frozen lake. Behind us, the wind carried the echo of my scream across the peaks, a desperate call for salvation that might already be too late to answer.
Chapter 22. Carith. I could smell Alira's blood before I saw the clearing. Something inside my chest exploded with such violent fury that my vision went white around the edges. I burst through the tree line with vengeance, taking in the scene with the kind of crystal clarity that only comes with absolute rage. Blood. Her blood scattered across the snow in droplets that caught the pale sunlight like garnets. The flowers she'd been picking lay trampled in the slush, their bright petals already browning with cold and neglect. And there, fresh tracks leading away from the lake, deep gouges in the earth that spoke of struggle and terror and something being dragged against its will. No. The word tore from my throat as a roar that shook snow from the surrounding trees. I followed the trail with desperate speed, my failing vision sharpening with the kind of predatory focus that only came with mortal threat to something precious. Every broken branch, every disturbed stone, every drop of her blood on the frozen ground was another nail in the grave I was about to dig for whatever had dared touch what was mine. The sounds reached me before the sight. Alira's voice, high and desperate, pleading with something that answered in tones like grinding bone. Another Wyra. Taller than me, leaner, built for speed rather than the crushing power that had defined my hunting style. Its skull was elongated, predatory, with fangs that curved from its jaw like sabers. But it was his light that made my rage crystallize into something beyond emotion, blood-red and pulsing with sadistic satisfaction. It held Alira by the wrist, and she struggled against its grip. Claw marks decorated her shoulder where it had torn through her cloak, and tears streamed down her face as she fought with the desperate energy of prey that knew its time was running out. "Let her go," I said, voice deadly quiet. The rival Wyra turned at my approach, its terrible skull tilting with amusement. "Ah, the Keeper arrives. I was wondering how long it would take you to find us." "Now," I snarled, every muscle in my frame coiling for violence. "I think not. It lifted Elira higher, making her cry out as its claws bit deeper into her wrist. She smells of you, this one. How long have you been playing house with your food? How long since you've forgotten what you truly are? The taunts washed over me without effect. All my attention was focused on the tears in Elira's eyes, the way she mouthed my name, the scent of her fear thick enough to taste. Mine, my human, my heart. You're in my territory, I said, taking a step closer. Leave. Now. Before I make you understand why that was a mistake. The rival laughed, a sound like breaking glass. Territory claimed through weakness deserves to be challenged. Look at yourself. Starving, half-blind, clinging to pet humans like they could fill the void in your chest. Its grip on Elira tightened, making her gasp. Let me remind you what real hunger feels like. It brought her wrist to its mouth, fangs extending toward the delicate skin of her throat, and every rational thought I'd ever possessed evaporated like mist. I moved with speed that turned the world into streaks of color and shadow, my roar splitting the air as I crashed into the rival with the force of an avalanche. We went down in a tangle of claws and bone, rolling through the snow in a frenzy of violence that sent small trees splintering around us. My claws found its ribs, tearing through whatever passed for flesh. It answered with fangs that scraped against my skull, seeking purchase that would let it tear my head from my shoulders. We fought like the monsters we were. No strategy, no technique. Just pure predatory fury unleashed without restraint. Blood painted the snow in patterns that steamed in the cold air. Some of it was mine, flowing from wounds that would heal within hours. But most belonged to the creature that had dared threaten what was precious to me, and I tore at it with single-minded determination to ensure it would never heal from anything again. Mine! I roared as my claws found its throat, pressing deep enough to draw the kind of blood that didn't easily stop flowing. She is mine! The rival's struggles grew weaker, its blood-red light flickering toward something dimmer. When it finally spoke, its voice carried the wet rattle of damaged throat. Yield, it gasped. Your territory, your claim. I should have killed it then. Should have torn its head off and scattered the pieces across my domain as a warning to any other predators who might think my newfound restraint meant weakness. But Elira's voice reached me through the red haze of violence, soft and shaking, and utterly without fear. Kareth, you won. It's over. The sound of my name on her lips did what no amount of violence could. It brought me back to myself, reminded me that I was more than just hunger and rage. I released the rival's throat and stepped back, chest heaving with breaths I didn't technically need. Go, I snarled at the broken creature bleeding in the snow. Back to whatever wasteland spawned you. If I catch your scent in my territory again, I'll make what just happened look like mercy. It struggled to its feet, one arm hanging useless where I'd torn through bone and sinew. This isn't over, it whispered, though the words lacked conviction. The hunger will claim you eventually. When it does, remember what you could have been. Then it was gone. I stood in the clearing surrounded by blood and broken branches, listening until even my enhanced hearing couldn't detect its retreat. Only then did I turn to Elira. She knelt in the snow where she'd fallen during our battle, her torn dress doing little to protect her from the cold. But her eyes, her beautiful, impossible eyes, held no fear as she looked up at me. Only relief, so profound it made something crack in my chest. Thank you, she whispered, voice shaking but steady. I was so afraid you wouldn't find me in time. The scent of her blood, stronger now in the aftermath of violence, stuck me. My vision, already compromised by hunger and the energy I'd expended in battle, began to blur around the edges. But her pulse, her rapid, frightened, utterly alive pulse, called to something deeper than sight. The hunger roared back to life with interest compounded by violence, demanding satisfaction that only she could provide. My jaws extended without conscious command, fangs catching the pale light as I took a step toward her kneeling before me. "Kareth?" Her voice carried the first note of uncertainty I had heard since my arrival. I snapped my jaws shut inches from her throat, close enough that she could feel the heat of my breath against her skin. Close enough that one moment of lost control would have ended everything we'd built together. The realization of how near I'd come to destroying her sent me staggering backward, chest blazing with shame and self-loathing and desperate, clawing need. "I'm sorry," I gasped, backing away until my spine hit a tree trunk. The battle, your blood, I almost... But I couldn't finish the sentence, couldn't voice the truth that we both understood. The hunger was stronger now, fed by violence and the scent of her fear. And she was here, vulnerable and bleeding, and trusting me with a faith I wasn't certain I deserved. We both learned something that would change everything between us. My restraint had limits. Chapter 23. Kareth. The journey back to my lair passed in terrible silence. Elira's weight in my arms, both a precious burden and burning thought of losing her. She didn't speak, didn't struggle, didn't do anything but tremble against my chest as I carried her through the forest with mechanical precision. My vision continued to blur at the edges, the failed feeding and violent battle combining to leave me operating on instinct alone. But I knew these paths better than my own cursed nature, could navigate them blind if necessary. Which was fortunate, because Elira's scent, her warmth, the soft sound of her breathing, all conspired to make rational thought nearly impossible. "You almost killed her," the voice in my head whispered with relentless accuracy. "Saved her from one monster only to become another yourself." Rage at the rival who dared touch what was mine. And underneath it all, shame so profound it felt like poison in my veins. I should have been there, should have anticipated this, should have known that other predators would eventually catch her scent. My territory had been secure for decades, marked and defended against all comers. But I'd grown complacent in my solitude, forgotten that the scent of something precious would draw challenges from creatures who saw weakness in anything resembling mercy. The cave mouth appeared through the trees like salvation and damnation combined. Home, such as it was, where I could tend to her wounds and try to pretend that what had happened in the clearing was an aberration rather than inevitability. I set her down gently beside the fire pit, my hands lingering longer than necessary to ensure she was steady on her feet. She swayed slightly, but she remained upright through what looked like pure stubbornness. "Are you hurt?" I asked, though I could already catalog her injuries by scent alone. Scratches from claws, bruises from rough handling, the torn flesh of her wrist where the rival had gripped too tightly. Nothing life-threatening, but each wound sent fresh fury blazing through my chest. "I'm fine," she said quietly, though her voice carried a tremor that suggested otherwise. Liar. But I didn't call her on it. Couldn't bear to voice the truth that we were both far from fine after what had transpired. I moved to build up the fire, needing something to do with my hands that didn't involve touching her. The simple task should have been grounding, familiar, but my claws shook as I arranged the kindling. Every movement reminded me of how those same claws had nearly found her throat, tearing apart the only good thing in my cursed existence. "Kareth." Her voice was soft, concerned, carrying a note that made me pause in my work. When I turned, she was staring at me in a way that made me feel worth it. "You're bleeding." I looked down at myself with something approaching surprise. She was right. Claw marks decorated my chest and arms where the rival had found purchase during our battle. Not serious wounds by my standards, but they wept steadily enough to paint my ribs in crimson streams. "It will heal," I said dismissively, turning back to the fire. But she was already moving, crossing the cave with determined steps despite the tremor in her limbs. "Sit," she commanded, voice carrying an authority I'd never heard from her before. "Elira, I'm fine. Sit," she ordered. She disappeared into the depths of the cave, returning moments later with strips of cloth torn from something I didn't recognize and a water skin that sloshed with precious liquid. Her movements were efficient, practiced, speaking of experience with tending wounds that made my chest tighten with questions I wasn't sure I wanted answered. Where did you learn? My mother was the village healer before. She didn't finish the sentence, didn't need to. Before the dark elves came and turned her world to ash and screaming, her hands were steady as she began to clean the worst of my wounds, fingers gentle against flesh that should have been too alien for human touch to soothe. The water was cold, but her skin was warm, and the combination sent strange sensations through me. This isn't necessary, I said, though I made no move to stop her ministry. I heal faster than humans. These will be gone by morning. Maybe. She didn't look up from her work, focusing on a particularly deep gouge across my ribs. But you lost blood fighting that thing, and you were already weakened from not feeding properly. Her fingers found another wound, pressing cloth against it with firm pressure. Let me help. The simple offer nearly broke something in me that had survived centuries of solitude. When was the last time anyone had tended my wounds? Cared whether I bled or healed or simply fell apart from accumulated damage? Never, I realized. Not since whatever I was before the curse claimed me. I should have been there, I said. Should have anticipated that others would catch your scent, would see you as a weakness to exploit. Her hands paused in their work, cloth growing still against my ribs. When she spoke, her voice was soft but firm. You couldn't have known. I should have. The admission tore from my throat like broken glass. I've been distracted, focused on things that don't matter instead of the threats that do. If you had died because of my negligence... But I didn't. She resumed her careful cleaning, voice taking on that same gentle authority. You found me. You saved me. You nearly tore that thing apart with your bare hands. And then I nearly tore you apart too. You saw what happened. How close I came to losing control. Her hand stilled again, but this time she looked up to meet my gaze. Her eyes held no fear, no condemnation, only a kind of weary understanding that cut deeper than any accusation could have. But you didn't, she said simply. You pulled back. You chose restraint over hunger. Barely. The word came out as a growl, frustration and self-loathing making my voice rough. What happens next time? When the battle is longer, when your blood calls to me more strongly? What happens when that isn't enough? She was quiet for a long moment, her hands resuming their careful work with the kind of focus that suggested deep thought. When she finally spoke, her voice carried a certainty that made my chest flutter with impossible hope. Then we'll face that when it comes. Together. She tied off the last bandage with efficient movements, then looked up at me again. But until then, you don't get to hate yourself for being what you are. The forgiveness in her voice was almost harder to bear than condemnation would have been. I stared down at her, this impossible creature who'd found grace enough to tend the wounds of a monster. I felt something crack in the walls I'd built around whatever remained of my soul. Ilara. She reached up and touched my skull face with fingers still warm from her healing work, palm resting against bone that should have been cold, but somehow burned beneath her touch. I forgive you, she said softly, for not being perfect, for being exactly what centuries of curse have made you, for saving my life even when it cost you. Her thumb traced across a cheek if I were still capable of such things. I forgive you, Kareth. Now you have to forgive yourself. I looked into her eyes, dark and warm and utterly without fear. I found myself believing that maybe, just maybe, monsters could learn to be something more than the sum of their hungers. Thank you, I said. She smiled, the first genuine expression of happiness I'd seen from her since the attack, and settled back on her heels. Don't thank me yet, she said with dry humor. You still need to actually feed properly before you collapse from exhaustion. The reminder of my ongoing hunger sent a spike of anxiety through me, but it was muted now by the warmth of her forgiveness and the steady comfort of her presence. Tomorrow I would hunt again, would find prey that could actually sustain me instead of merely taunting the curse with false satisfaction. Tonight, I would keep watch over her, the one who'd learned to see past the monster to whatever flickered beneath. And maybe that would be enough to keep the darkness at bay for one more day.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 24. Elira. My hand remained on his arm long after the bandaging was finished, fingers tracing the corded muscle beneath skin that should have been cold but burned with its own inner fire. His light had steadied to that warm gold I'd come to associate with peace, but I could feel the tension coiled in every line of his massive frame. Elira, he said quietly, my name a warning and a prayer. But I was done with warnings. Done with pretending that what had grown between us was anything less than necessity. The attack today had shown me how fragile this strange life we'd built truly was, how easily it could be torn away by forces beyond our control. I didn't want to waste another moment on fear. Without conscious thought, I leaned forward and pressed my lips to his. The kiss was tentative at first, testing, but underneath the uncertainty lay absolute conviction. This was right. This was what I needed, what we both needed, regardless of what the world said about monsters and maidens. Kerith went rigid beneath my mouth, every muscle locked as if my touch had turned him to stone. I'd made a terrible mistake, that the violence of the day that couldn't be soothed by gentle affection. Then he growled, low and rough and desperate, and suddenly I was drowning in the intensity of his response. His arms came around me with careful reverence, as if he was afraid I might shatter beneath his touch. But when I pressed closer, when I opened my mouth against his and tasted the sharp edge of his need, his restraint cracked like ice in spring. "Are you certain?" he rasped against my lips. "After today? After what you saw?" I silenced him with another kiss, deeper this time, my hands finding the sides of his skull and holding him to me. "Especially after today," I whispered. I need to feel alive, to feel that this is real." The admission seemed to break something in him. He kissed me with desperate reverence, mouth moving over mine like he was trying to memorize the taste, the texture, the simple miracle of willing contact. His hands relearning every curve as if the few hours we'd been apart had been years. "Precious," he breathed against my throat, fangs grazing skin without breaking it. "So precious. I nearly lost you today. But you didn't." I arched into his touch, feeling the heat of him burn through the thin fabric of my dress. "I'm here. I'm yours." The words sent a shudder through his massive frame. With movements that spoke of worship rather than conquest, he began to undress me, claws carefully retracting so that only gentle fingers touched my skin. Each revealed inch of flesh was met with kisses, with soft growls of appreciation, with touches that made me feel like something sacred rather than merely desired. When I lay bare beneath him on the soft furs, he pulled back to study me with eyes that gazed deep inside me. "Beautiful," he said, and the word carried such conviction that I actually believed him. "Perfect. Mine." "Yours," I agreed, reaching up to trace the bone structure of his face. Always yours.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
What are we becoming? I asked quietly, voice muffled against his ribs. His arms tightened around me. His voice brought both wonder and terror. Something new, he said. Something that shouldn't exist but does anyway. I smiled against his skin, tasting salt and musk and the indefinable essence that was purely him. Good, I said. I was getting tired of being something ordinary. His laughter rumbled through his chest, warm and genuine and completely without the edge of madness that had coloured so many of his sounds before. For this moment, in the golden glow of his cursed heart, he sounded almost human, almost whole. And if monsters could learn to love and broken girls could find their hearts in the arms of creatures that should have devoured them, we had a chance at something resembling happiness, even if it killed us both in the end.
Chapter 25. Kareth. The hunger was patient, always patient, and as the glow of contentment dimmed, it began to whisper with renewed vigor. She's so warm against you, so alive. Her pulse beats, a drum beneath that fragile skin. I tried to ignore the voice, focusing instead on the soft weight of her head against my ribs, the way her hair caught the light from my chest and turned it into silk. But the whispers grew stronger, more insistent, fed by proximity and the lingering taste of her kiss on my lips. Just a small bite, just enough to quiet the burning. My chest began to pulse erratically, colors shifting from warm gold to something hungrier, more desperate. I felt my fangs extend without conscious command, felt saliva flood my mouth at the thought of sinking them into the elegant curve of her throat. No. I pulled away from her with movements sharp enough to startle, rolling off the furs and onto my feet before the hunger could override what little rational thought remained. Kareth? Lyra's voice was soft, confused, tinged with the kind of hurt that came from unexpected rejection. What's wrong? I couldn't look at her. Couldn't risk seeing the trust in her eyes when all I could think about was how easily those delicate bones would crack beneath my teeth. Instead, I began to pace the confines of the cave like the caged beast I'd become, claws scraping against stone with each agitated step. Nothing, I said, though the word came out as more growl than speech. Go back to sleep. But she was already sitting up, concern clear in every line of her posture. The furs fell away from her shoulders, revealing skin that still bore the marks of our joining, and the sight sent fresh hunger clawing through my gut. So beautiful, so perfectly defenseless. It would be quick, merciful. Don't tell me it's nothing, she said. I can see your light changing. Something's wrong. Underneath it all, the hunger roared with approval at how perfectly positioned she was for feeding. Don't touch me, I snarled, jerking away from her reach hard enough to send small stones cascading from the walls. Not right now. Kareth, please, tell me what's happening. The plea in her voice nearly broke my resolve. Part of me wanted to go to her, to let her soothe whatever savage thing was clawing at my insides with gentle touches and whispered words. The hunger, I said finally, the words torn from my throat like chunks of living flesh. It hasn't disappeared. If anything, it's worse. Her face went pale, but she didn't retreat. Didn't scramble for her clothes or the cave mouth or any of the other sensible reactions that might have kept her safe from what I was becoming. Worse, how? I laughed, a sound like breaking bones. Making love to you was supposed to satisfy something, to quiet the burning in my chest, the need that drives every breath I take. I spun to face her, letting her see the wild light cycling through my chest. Instead, it's made everything sharper, more focused. Focused on what? She deserved the truth, even if it destroyed everything we'd built together. On you, I whispered. Only you. Every night since we first touched, I dream of sinking my teeth into your throat, of draining you slowly, savoring every drop while you whisper my name, like you did just now. Her face went white as fresh snow, horror replacing concern with the kind of completeness that comes from finally understanding the true scope of a threat. I dream of consuming you entirely, I continued, the words pouring out now that the dam had broken. Not just your blood, but your warmth, your defiance, your impossible courage. I dream of making you part of me so thoroughly that nothing of Elira remains except the taste of you on my tongue. She stared at me with eyes wide enough to drown in, one hand pressed to her throat as if she could already feel the phantom pressure of my fangs. Carith, she breathed, and the fear in her voice sent a spike of satisfaction through me that made bile rise in my throat. Yes. Let her be afraid. Let her understand what she's bound herself to. I ripped away from her horrified gaze, unable to bear the sight of trust dying in real time. My claws found the cave wall and gouged deep furrows in the stone, desperate for any outlet that wasn't the warm flesh calling to me from across the chamber. You should run, I said without turning around. Now, while I still have enough control to let you go. But even as I spoke the words, I knew they were lies. The hunger had evolved beyond simple need into obsession, and obsessions were not so easily escaped. If she tried to leave, if she attempted to put distance between us, the predator in my chest would override every noble intention I possessed. She was mine now, whether that led to salvation or damnation, and I was no longer certain there was a difference. I can't do this, I said into the silence, voice breaking on the admission. Can't pretend to be something worthy of your trust when all I can think about is how your screams would sound echoing off these walls. I heard her sharp intake of breath, caught the scent of salt that meant tears were beginning to fall. But I couldn't comfort her, couldn't risk the contact that might turn reassurance into feeding frenzy. Instead, I fled, stormed toward the cave mouth with desperate speed, driven by the need to put distance between myself and temptation before I did something unforgivable. Behind me, I heard her call my name, soft, frightened, achingly vulnerable. The sound nearly brought me to my knees with wanting, but kept moving. Into the night, into the cold, into anything that might quiet the voice in my head that whispered she would taste like heaven when she finally broke. The darkness always welcomed me, but even the mountain's embrace couldn't silence the truth that followed me into the shadows. I was going to kill her. Maybe not tonight, maybe not tomorrow, but eventually the hunger would win. And when it did, the last good thing in my cursed existence would die screaming my name.
Chapter 26. Elira. The silence Carith left behind was deafening, pressing against my eardrums like the weight of stone. I sat frozen on the furs where he'd abandoned me, naked and shivering from more than just cold, his words echoing through the cave. I dream of consuming you entirely. My hand rose unconsciously to my throat, fingers tracing the pulse point where he'd confessed his fangs wanted to find purchase. The skin felt paper-thin beneath my touch, fragile as butterfly wings, and I could almost feel phantom teeth piercing through to the life beneath. I dream of making you part of me so thoroughly that nothing of Elira remains. I'd thought I was safe here. I'd actually believed that the monster who collected human skulls had found something in me worth protecting instead of consuming. His gentle touches, his careful consideration, the way his chest blazed with warm gold when I said his name. It had all seemed like proof that love could conquer even the darkest curses. But what if I'd been lying to myself? What if the tenderness was just another kind of hunting, a more sophisticated way of preparing prey for slaughter? The memory of his confession warred with everything else I knew about him. The way he'd built fires to keep me warm. The careful attention he'd paid to cooking meat that wasn't human flesh. The desperate fury with which he'd torn apart the rival Wyra who'd dared to threaten me. "But he dreams of killing you," whispered a voice in the back of my mind that sounded suspiciously like survival instinct. "Every night, he dreams of drinking you down to nothing." How long before dreams become reality? I pulled one of the furs around myself, but it did nothing to ward off the chill that had settled in my bones. The cave suddenly felt less like sanctuary and more like the elaborate prison it had always been, decorated with bones, warmed by fires, made comfortable enough to keep the prey docile while the predator decided when to strike. I should leave, I thought, the idea crystallizing with startling clarity. Pack what little I can carry, slip out while he's still wrestling with his conscience, and put as much distance as possible between myself and the thing that wants to devour me. It would be dangerous. The mountains were full of creatures that saw humans as nothing more than mobile meals, and winter was coming with the kind of cold that could kill even without predators to help it along. But at least out there, death would come from simple hunger or animal instinct. I pushed myself to my feet, legs unsteady but functional. My dress lay in tatters where his careful claws had removed it. But there were other clothes scattered around the cave, tunics taken from victims whose skulls now decorated his collection, cloaks that had once belonged to travellers who'd made the mistake of seeking shelter in the wrong place. "Don't think about them," I told myself as I pulled on a rough spun shirt that smelled of pine and old fear. "Think about staying alive. Think about Clay. About the brother you never got to mourn properly. Think about anything except the way his light dims when you're not close enough to touch." But even as I gathered supplies with shaking hands, dried meat, a water skin, the warmest cloak I could find, part of me kept listening for the sound of his return. The scrape of claws on stone, the movement that would mean he'd come back to finish what his confession had started. "Or to beg forgiveness," suggested another voice, softer, but no less treacherous. "To explain that the dreams don't define him, that the man who builds fires and binds wounds is stronger than the monster who hungers for your blood." I tried to strangle that voice before it could take root, but it persisted with the stubborn logic of desperate hope. He could have killed me a dozen times already if that's what he truly wanted. Could have let the rival Wyra claim me instead of fighting with berserker fury to keep me safe. Could have taken what he craved during any of the moments when I'd been vulnerable and trusting in his arms. But he hadn't. Even now, with hunger apparently driving him to the edge of madness, he'd fled rather than give in to the urges that plagued his dreams. That has to mean something. Then I heard it, the soft sound of footsteps approaching the cave mouth. Not the confident stride of a predator returning to his lair, but something slower, more hesitant. The gait of something wounded or defeated, or carrying burdens too heavy for easy movement. I froze with the stolen cloak half draped over my shoulders, caught between flight and the terrible need to see what condition he'd return in. Would his chest blaze with the satisfied crimson of recent feeding? Would his eyes carry the blank hunger of something that had finally stopped fighting its nature? Or would he look as broken as he'd sounded when he'd admitted his dreams to me? The figure that appeared in the cave mouth was nothing like the confident predator who'd claimed me weeks ago. Kerith moved like something dying, his massive frame somehow diminished by whatever battle he'd fought in the darkness beyond. His light flickered weakly, cycling through colours that spoke of exhaustion and despair and defeat. When our eyes met across the cavern, he stopped dead in his tracks. "You're leaving," he said. His gaze took in the cloak over my shoulders, the supplies I'd gathered, the way I stood poised between staying and fleeing. I was thinking about it, I admitted, because lying would have been pointless when the evidence was so clear. Something cracked in his expression, not anger or betrayal, but something like relief, as if my potential departure was a mercy he'd been hoping for without being able to ask. "Good," he said quietly. That's wise." But even as he spoke the words of encouragement, he was moving toward me with steps that grew less steady with each pace. By the time he reached the centre of the cave, his legs gave out entirely, sending him to his knees on the stone floor with a sound like breaking bones. "Please," he whispered, and the raw desperation in his voice stopped my heart. "Please don't go." He thought I should leave, knew I should flee before his hunger finally claimed us both, but couldn't bring himself to watch me walk away. "Careth," I breathed, my prepared arguments crumbling in the face of his obvious anguish. "I know what I am," he continued, words pouring out like blood from a mortal wound. "I know what I want to do to you, what the hunger whispers every moment we're together. You should run, should find somewhere safe, somewhere far from monsters who dream of consuming the things they claim to love." His head bowed, skull hanging low enough that I couldn't see the fire in his empty sockets. "But I can't let you go," he admitted, in a voice so quiet I almost missed it. "The thought of you walking away, of never seeing you again, of spending eternity knowing that I drove away the only good thing to ever find me in the darkness. It's worse than the hunger, worse than the dreams, worse than anything the curse has ever done to me." The cloak slipped from my shoulders as my hands went nerveless. This creature who'd spent centuries a predator, who'd faced down armed dark elves without flinching, was kneeling before me. "So stay," he whispered, finally looking up to meet my gaze. "Even if it destroys me, even if watching you slowly lose your trust and start to fear me tears what's left of my soul to pieces. Stay, because I'm too selfish and too broken to be the noble monster who lets you go." Tears I hadn't realised were falling blurred my vision as I stared down at him. This was the choice then, the moment that would define whatever future we might have together. I could leave, take the supplies, brave the dangers of the mountain, and hope that distance would keep me safe from the hunger that grew stronger every day. Or I could stay, trust in the connection we'd built, believe that love could be stronger than curses, and accept that my life would always hang by the thread of his self-control. Both choices led toward potential destruction, but only one led toward it together. My heart made the decision before my mind could interfere. "I'm not going anywhere," I said, kneeling down to meet him at eye level. "We'll figure this out, together." His light flared so brightly, it hurt to look at directly, and when he reached for me with trembling claws, I didn't pull away. I was probably going to die in the arms of a monster who loved me too much to let me go, but at least I wouldn't die alone.
Chapter 27. Careth. The grey hours before dawn found me watching Elira sleep with the devotion of a pilgrim before a shrine. She'd curled into her nest of furs after our conversation, exhaustion finally claiming her despite the emotional turmoil of the night. Her breathing was deep and even, her face peaceful in a way that made something in my chest ache. She stayed. The knowledge burned through me like molten gold, equal parts salvation and damnation. She'd heard my confession, understood exactly what kind of monster she'd bound herself to, and chosen to remain anyway. I should have been grateful. Should have felt nothing but relief that the one good thing in my existence hadn't fled into the night. Instead, all I could think about was the darker truth her decision represented. If she had tried to leave, I wouldn't have let her go. The realization had crystallized during the long hours I'd spent prowling the forest, wrestling with hunger and self-loathing in equal measure. No matter how noble my intentions, No matter how much I wanted to protect her from my own nature, the possessive thing in my chest would never allow her to walk away. She was mine now in every sense that mattered, and that made me more dangerous than any simple predator. The sky was beginning to lighten at the cave mouth, painting the peaks in shades of rose and gold that spoke of another day survived. I needed to hunt. The failed feeding from yesterday had left me weaker than I cared to admit, and the emotional upheaval of the night had burned through what little strength remained. But leaving her felt like tearing pieces from my own flesh. I covered her with fresh furs, layering them carefully to ensure warmth while I was gone. My claw brushed her cheek with butterfly gentleness, tracing the curve of bone beneath skin so soft. "I'll return before you wake," I whispered, though she couldn't hear me. "I promise." The vow felt hollow even as I spoke it. How many promises could I make before the hunger made a liar of me? How many times could I walk away from her before I didn't walk away at all? The forest was silent, shadows parting to ease my passage through territory that knew my scent and feared my presence. I hunted further from the cave this time, driven by desperation and the knowledge that proximity to Elira made rational thought nearly impossible. If I could find prey substantial enough, if I could feed properly instead of the half-hearted attempts that had sustained me recently, maybe the hunger would quiet long enough for me to think clearly. "Lies," whispered the voice in my head that spoke truth with vicious precision. "You know what you truly hunger for now. Everything else is just sustaining the pretense." I pushed the thought away and focused on the hunt. The elk trail wound through the lower valleys, marked with fresh sign that spoke of a herd moving through my territory. Large prey, the kind that should provide enough sustenance to restore my failing strength. I followed the trail with mechanical precision, my enhanced senses tracking everything from wind direction to the subtle changes in scent that indicated how recently the herd had passed. The familiar ritual of stalking should have been soothing, a return to the simple certainties that had defined my existence for centuries. Instead, it felt hollow, empty, like playing at being something I'd already outgrown. The herd was bedded down in a clearing perhaps 2 miles from my lair, a dozen or so animals clustered together for warmth and protection. I selected my target, a young bull whose scent carried the rich musk of good health, and began to circle for the approach. The kill was efficient. Quick. The bull's neck snapped with practiced precision, and I was feeding before its body had finished twitching. The blood was warm and fresh, carrying all the minerals and nutrients that should have satisfied the curse burning in my chest. But even as I drained the creature dry, I felt nothing. No relief, no satisfaction, no easing of the constant ache that had defined my existence. If anything, the hunger seemed to burn brighter, more focused, as if this meal was nothing more than an appetizer for what it truly craved. "Elira." I released the corpse with a snarl of frustration, watching it crumple to the forest floor. This was the 4th time in as many days that normal feeding had brought no relief. The curse was evolving, becoming more specific in its demands, and there was only one source of sustenance it would accept. The one source I couldn't allow myself to touch. "You're going to have to eventually," the hunger whispered with relentless logic. "She offered herself to you once. She'll do it again because she loves you too much to watch you starve. All you have to do is ask." I clawed at the nearest tree, gouging furrows deep enough to kill the ancient pine. The violence brought no release, no outlet for the fury and self-loathing that clawed at my insides like living things. Just a taste. Just enough to quiet the burning. She's strong. She could survive losing a little blood if it meant keeping you sane. The rationalization was seductive, dangerous in its reasonable tone. I could picture it so clearly, Elira offering her wrist with that trusting smile, whispering that it was all right, that she wanted to help. The first taste of her blood on my tongue, sweeter than any wine. No. The word tore from my throat as a roar that sent nearby wildlife fleeing in terror. I will not become the monster who feeds on love disguised as necessity. But even as I rejected the hunger's logic, I knew it was only a matter of time. The curse was patient, relentless, and it had eternity to wear down my resistance. Eventually, I would break. Eventually, the need would become too strong to deny. And when that happened, Elira would pay the price for my weakness. I was so lost in self-recrimination that I almost missed the sound, a soft displacement that spoke of magic being woven nearby. My head snapped up, every sense straining to identify the threat, but it was already too late. The fire erupted around me like the wrath of gods, searing heat that turned the air itself into molten agony. An enchanted flame not of this world. Trap! This wasn't random magic. It was deliberate, targeted, designed specifically to bring down something like me. The dark elves had found my hunting grounds. I tried to reach for the edge of the magical circle, but the flames intensified with my movement, turning the very air into burning knives that flayed flesh from bone. My vision blurred as smoke rose from scorched skin, and I could smell the acrid stench of my own burning. Elira. Her name cut through the agony, bringing with it desperate clarity. If they'd found me here, if they'd had time to set traps in my territory, then they knew about the cave. Knew about her. I had to get back. Had to reach her before they did, before they claimed their escaped property. But the fire held me fast, draining strength faster than I could regenerate it. Each attempt to break free only made the flames burn hotter, more vicious, the haze of pain growing. Somewhere in the distance I heard laughter. Dark elf voices raised in cruel amusement at the sight of a Wyra brought low by superior magic. They were coming, drawn by the scent of burning flesh, and the knowledge that their trap had found worthy prey. Hold on. I tried to project the thought toward the cave where she slept, hoping against hope that some fragment of our connection might carry the warning. Hold on, Elira. I'm coming. But as the flames continued their relentless work and unconsciousness threatened to claim me, I wondered if I was already too late. If the last thing I would ever know was the sound of her screaming my name.
Chapter 28. Elira. The crash that woke me wasn't the gentle sound of Caerith's return. It was the violence of something large colliding with stone at tremendous speed. The entire cave shuddered around me, dust cascading from the ceiling as echoes bounced off the walls. I threw off the furs and stumbled toward the main chamber, bare feet finding purchase on familiar stone despite the trembling in my legs. Something was wrong. Terribly, catastrophically wrong. "Caerith?" I called. The smell was sickening. Burned flesh and acrid smoke, the metallic tang of blood mixed with something that made my nostrils burn. I rounded the corner into the main chamber and froze, my hand flying to my mouth to stifle the cry that tried to escape. He leaned against the far wall. His fur was scorched in patches, smoking remnants that spoke of fire hot enough to burn through hide that should have been proof against normal flame. Blood streaked his chest in patterns too deliberate to be accidental. Claw marks, but not from any natural predator. "Oh gods!" I breathed, rushing toward him without thought for my own safety. "What happened to you?" But as I drew closer, I realized the physical wounds were only part of the problem. His eyes, those empty sockets that somehow managed to convey so much, were wild with something that went beyond pain. His light pulsed erratically, cycling through colours I'd never seen before, flashing between deep crimson and sickly yellow. He was in a frenzy, the kind of primal madness I'd glimpsed during his fight with the rival Wyra, but worse, more complete. As if whatever had happened to him had stripped away the careful control he'd built over decades, and left nothing but hunger and rage and desperate need. "Elira," he said, my name coming out as a growl that raised every hair on my body. "You should run." But even as he spoke the warning, his body was moving toward me with predatory intent. Not the careful, measured movements I'd grown accustomed to, but the liquid stalking of something that had lost the ability to see me as anything other than prey. I'm not running, I said, forcing my voice to remain steady despite the terror clawing at my throat. Tell me what happened. Who did this to you? Dark elves, he snarled, close enough now that I could see the wild flicker of fires in his sockets. Trap, magic fire, they're coming for you. The words should have sent me fleeing for the cave mouth, should have triggered every survival instinct I possessed. Instead, all I could focus on was the way he swayed on his feet, the way his claws extended and retracted without conscious thought, the way his chest blazed that spoke of systems failing. He was hurt, badly, and the pain that saw my proximity as opportunity rather than comfort. You're in shock, I said, taking another careful step toward him. You need to let me help. No. The word exploded from him with enough force to rattle the bones on his walls. Can't control. You smell like... He didn't finish the sentence, but he didn't need to. I could see the hunger warring with whatever remained of his human consciousness, could watch the battle play out in the chaotic light of his chest. The pain had pushed him past the point where reason could triumph over instinct. I was in danger. Real, immediate danger from the creature I'd chosen to trust with my life. But as I watched him struggle against his own nature, watched him fight to maintain enough control to warn me, instead of simply taking what the hunger demanded, I felt something settle in my chest like bedrock certainty. He needed me. Not as prey, not as sustenance, but as the anchor that could pull him back from the edge of madness. And I'd be damned if I let him fall into that abyss alone. I moved before fear could stop me, crossing the distance between us in 3 quick steps. His head snapped toward me, fangs extending as predatory instincts took over, but I was already reaching for him. My hands found the sides of his skull, cupping bone that burned with fever heat, and I pulled his face down to mine. Our lips met in a kiss born of unholy union, but underneath it all was something else, something that belonged to us, to the impossible bond we'd forged in the face of every rational objection. Elira, he groaned against my mouth, the sound carrying warning and need in equal measure. I'm here, I whispered, my lips moving against his. I'm not going anywhere. Not now, not ever. You don't understand, he said, but his arms were already coming around me, crushing me against his chest with the kind of desperate force that spoke of drowning men grasping for salvation. The hunger, it's worse now, the pain, the magic, it stripped away everything but need. Then let me help, I said, tilting my head back to meet his wild gaze. Whatever you need, whatever it takes to bring you back. You don't know what you're offering. His voice cracked on the words, and I could see the battle raging behind his eyes. What it might cost. I thought of the dark elves he'd mentioned, of the trap that had left him burned and bleeding, of the danger that was probably even now closing in on our sanctuary, of all the reasons I should be running instead of clinging to a creature whose control was measured in heartbeats, and found that none of it mattered. I know exactly what I'm offering, I said, my voice steady despite the trembling in my hands. I'm offering everything, all of me, all of us, whatever it takes to keep you from falling into the darkness. Something cracked in his expression, not breaking, but shifting, like ice under pressure finding a new configuration. The wild light in his chest began to steady, still burning fierce and bright, but no longer cycling through the chaotic spectrum of madness. Crimson. Deep, rich crimson that spoke of hunger, acknowledged but not surrendered to. Even if it kills you, he asked, and the question carried the weight of prophecy. I smiled, surprising myself with how certain I felt despite the impossibility of our situation. Even then, especially then. His arms tightened around me, but I didn't pull away. Couldn't pull away, because he was holding me like I was the only thing keeping him anchored to sanity. The elves will come, he said into my hair, his voice rough with emotion and exhaustion. They'll try to take you back. Let them come, I said, and meant it. They can't have me. I belong here, with you, whatever that means. His light pulsed once, bright as a star, then settled into the steady glow I'd learned to associate with peace. Not the peace of satisfaction, but the peace of decision made and accepted. We were going to face whatever came next together. Monster and maiden, predator and prey, bound by forces that defied every rational law but couldn't be denied. And if it destroyed us both, at least we'd burn bright enough to light the darkness. In his arms, surrounded by the scent of smoke and blood, and the indefinable essence that was purely him, I felt safer than I had any right to. The storm was coming. But for now, in this moment, we were the eye at its centre, calm and certain and utterly, impossibly whole.
Chapter 29. Kareth. The kiss had steadied me, pulled me back from the brink of madness where pain and hunger had threatened to drown what remained of my humanity. Elira's warmth against my chest, her whispered promises, the absolute conviction in her voice, it all combined to remind me what I was fighting for, what gave meaning to an existence that should have held nothing but endless appetite. For one perfect moment, the world made sense again. Then the shadows fell across the cave mouth. They moved with the fluid coordination of a military strike force, not the random brutality of raiders seeking easy prey. Dark elves poured through the entrance in a wedge formation, their violet eyes gleaming with cold purpose as they spread to cut off escape routes. But it wasn't their numbers that made my blood turn to ice. It was the magic that crackled around them like living lightning. Enchanted chains that writhed through the air like serpents, seeking a lyra with the kind of targeted precision that spoke of specific orders. They're not here for random slaves, I realized. They're here for her. I lunged toward Elira with desperate speed, claws extending to tear through whatever stood between us. But the lead dark elf was faster, his chains already wrapping around her wrists and ankles with binding force that lifted her from the ground. "Kareth!" Her scream tore through me. The sound triggered something primal in my chest that went beyond hunger, beyond the simple possessiveness of predator for prey. This was violation of the highest order. Strangers laying hands on what was mine, threatening to tear away the only thing that gave my cursed existence meaning. I struck the nearest dark elf with enough force to cave in his chest, ribs splintering under claws that had been forged in darker fires than mortal steel. But even as his blood painted the cave walls, two more pressed forward with weapons that hummed with contained magic. The first blade bit deep into my shoulder, not just cutting flesh, but burning with eldritch fire that made my vision white out at the edges. The second found my ribs, sliding between bone with the precision of something crafted specifically to wound creatures like me. "Stand down, Wera." The lead dark elf's voice carried the authority of noble birth and military command. "We want only the girl. Surrender her peacefully, and we'll leave your territory intact." I tore the sword from my shoulder and used it to open his throat, painting the cave entrance in arterial sprays. "She is mine," I snarled, the words carrying weight that made nearby stones crack. "Touch her again and die." But even as I fought with berserker fury, I could see they were prepared for exactly this response. Their formation shifted to contain my movements, their weapons struck with the kind of practiced coordination that spoke of drilling specifically for Waira combat. Who are these creatures? What makes one escaped human slave worth this kind of military precision? "The bonds holder," one of them called as they began their fighting retreat toward the cave mouth. "Extract and withdraw. The monster can rage at empty air." No, they were taking her, dragging her away in chains while I flailed uselessly against superior numbers and tactics. The most beautiful one who'd found something worth saving in my darkness, and they were taking her from me. I could see her struggling against the magical bonds, could hear her voice growing fainter as they pulled her toward whatever transport waited beyond. The sound of her terror, her desperate calls for my help. "You will not take what is mine," The vow erupted from my throat as a roar that shook snow from the surrounding peaks, that sent small avalanches cascading down the mountainsides and made the very air vibrate with fury. I could feel my chest blazing white-hot, the cursed light burning brighter than it ever had, fueled by protective rage that bordered on divine wrath. The elves hesitated for just a moment, just long enough for primordial fear to override their military training. In that instant of uncertainty, they remembered what their ancestors had known, that some things were too dangerous to cage, too vicious to contain, too devoted to ever surrender what they loved. I moved through their ranks like death, no longer fighting with strategy or restraint. Claws found throats, teeth tore through armor. The mountain itself seemed to shake with each step, as I carved a path toward the creatures who dared steal my heart. Behind me, the cave that had been our sanctuary, filled with the blood of those who'd thought they could take her from me. Ahead, the sound of her voice grew stronger as I closed the distance, following a trail marked by desperation and the absolute certainty that some bonds could not be broken by mere magic. They could chain her body. They could drag her toward whatever fate they'd planned in their mountain strongholds, but they could not have her. "Mine!" I roared again. "She is mine, and I will burn this world to ash before I let you take her." The mountains echoed my fury back at me, multiplying it, till it seemed the very stones were screaming for vengeance. Let them hear. Let every creature in these peaks know that the Wyra of Khazad-dûrn Ridge had found something worth fighting for. And let the Dark Elves learn what happened when predators decided their prey was more precious than their own lives. The hunt was on, and this time I would not be denied.
Chapter 30. Elira. The magical chains burned against my skin like brands, searing through flesh with cold fire that made every nerve scream in agony. I thrashed against them with desperate fury, kicking at the elves who dragged me toward the cave mouth, clawing at anything within reach of my bound hands. But I was human, soft, weak, limited by mortality in ways these creatures would never be. "Let me go!" I screamed, voice cracking with terror and rage. "You have no right—" "Silence, property!" the lead dark elf snarled, giving the chains a vicious yank that sent lightning through my bones. "You cost us 6 good warriors when you escaped. That debt will be paid in blood and service. Property. One woad reducing everything I was, every hope, every dream, every moment of joy I'd found in Carith's arms, to a simple economic transaction. I was cargo to be recovered, goods to be returned to inventory. No. The refusal burned through me with intensity that matched the magical bonds. I'd tasted freedom, however strange and dangerous. I'd known what it felt like to be treasured instead of owned, to be seen as precious rather than useful. I would not go back to chains and cages and the kind of slow death that came from being treated like livestock. "Carith!" I screamed. "Carith!" The roar that answered me shook dust from the ceiling and made the magical chains flicker with unstable light. It wasn't human sound, wasn't even the controlled fury I'd heard during his fight with the rival wearer. This was something primal, volcanic, the sound a mountain might make if it learned to feel rage. Then he appeared in the cave mouth like vengeance. I'd seen Carith hunt. I'd watched him fight with calculated precision, had witnessed the controlled violence he used to protect what was his. But this was different. This was every restraint he'd ever placed on himself shattering at once, leaving nothing but ancient fury that would burn the world rather than lose what it cherished. He moved too fast for my human eyes to track properly, becoming a blur of bone and claw and blazing light that tore through the dark elf formation. The first scream cut off before it could fully sound as his claws found a throat. Steel rang against bone and lost. Spells crackled through the air only to be torn apart by something that existed outside the normal rules of magic and mortality. Enchanted weapons, forged specifically to wound creatures like him, shattered against his fury like toys against a tidal wave. The lead dark elf, the one who'd called me property, managed one last desperate spell, chains of pure force that wrapped around Caerith's chest and arms. For a moment, I thought they might hold. The magic blazed brilliant enough to hurt my eyes, power drawn from reserves that should have been sufficient to bind any creature. But love, it turned out, was stronger than sorcery. The chains snapped like spun glass, and the dark elf's scream joined the others in a symphony of violence that would haunt my dreams forever. When Caerith's claws found him, there was no mercy in the gesture, no quick death, only the methodical dismantling of something that had dared threaten what belonged to him. The silence that followed was deafening. I knelt where I'd fallen when the binding spell finally broke, magical chains dissolving into sparkles of dying light around my wrists and ankles. The cave reeked of blood and bowel, and the particular stench that came from fear, so pure it had physical weight. And in the centre of it all stood Caerith, chest blazing with light so intense it cast dancing shadows on every surface. Not the warm gold I'd learned to associate with peace, not even the deep crimson of controlled hunger. This was something beyond the spectrum of normal emotion, burning with an intensity that could blind mortal eyes. He turned toward me slowly, moving liquid with deadly grace, and for one horrible moment I wasn't sure what I saw in those empty sockets. The battle that went deeper than hunger, deeper than the careful control he'd built over decades of restraint. This was the creature from the legends, the thing parents whispered about to frighten disobedient children. The apex predator who'd spent centuries perfecting the art of death and had temporarily forgotten that some prey was meant to survive. My breath caught in my throat as he took a step toward me, then another. Blood dripped from his claws in steady rhythm, and I could smell the metallic tang of it mixing with the musk of violence and something deeper, something that spoke of systems overloaded, of carefully constructed barriers between monster and man finally crumbling under pressure. Is he going to save me or finish what the elves started? I understood exactly how close to the edge we'd both been dancing, how thin the line was between protector and predator, between love that cherished and hunger that consumed. Caerith reached me, and I could see my reflection in the fires burning in his sockets. His breathing was harsh, ragged, the sound of something pushed beyond its limits trying to remember what restraint meant. "Elira," he said, my name rough as grinding stone. And in that single word, I heard everything. The relief that I was alive, the fury at those who'd tried to take me, and underneath it all, the terrible question neither of us wanted to voice. Now that the battle was over, now that the protective rage had served its purpose, which version of him would remain? The monster who collected skulls, or the man who'd learned to build fires for my comfort? His hand rose toward my face, claws extended, trembling with violence. And I held perfectly still, trusting in love and hoping it would be enough to call him back from whatever darkness had claimed him. In the warmth and silence of our sanctuary, we both learned whether salvation was stronger than hunger, or if some prices were simply too high to pay, even for love.
Chapter 31. Caerith. Blood dripped from my claws in steady rhythm as I stood over the carnage, chest heaving with breaths I didn't truly need. The cave that had been our sanctuary was painted in patterns of violence, and the scent of death hung thick enough to taste. But none of it mattered. Not the blood, not the bodies, not the violation of the peace we'd built together. All that mattered was that Elira was alive, safe, still mine. I turned toward where she knelt among the shattered remains of the magical chains, my vision still hazed with the aftermath of protective fury. She looked so small, so fragile that a breath of wind might carry her away. Mine, the possessive thing in my chest, snarled with satisfaction. They tried to take her, and now they're dead, as it should be. But before I could reach her, Before I could pull her against me and assure myself that she was truly unharmed, movement at the cave mouth caught my attention. Another figure stumbled through the entrance, and dark elf I'd missed in my initial slaughter, bleeding from wounds that painted his fine clothes in crimson abstracts. I was on him before he could take 2 steps, claws closing around his throat with enough force to lift him from the ground. His feet kicked uselessly as I held him suspended, and the terror in his violet eyes sent satisfaction blazing through my chest. "Please," he gasped, voice thick with blood and desperation. "I can explain. She's mine," I snarled, letting him see the fires burning in my empty sockets. "She is my mate. You had no right to touch her." Something shifted in his expression then, terror giving way to recognition. His lips curved in a smile. "So our intelligence was correct," he whispered, voice carrying the weight of grim satisfaction. "The Keeper's balm lives still." "What did you say?" His laughter was bitter, edged with the kind of dark amusement that came from watching carefully laid plans finally bear fruit. "Did you think we didn't know what she was? Why do you think the High Command sent specialists when the regular slavers failed to deliver her?" I tightened my grip, claws pricking through skin to draw beads of blood. "Speak plainly or die screaming." "The Keeper's balm," he repeated, savoring each word like fine wine. "We've been tracking her bloodline for generations. The regular troops thought she was just another escaped slave. But when she failed to arrive at the processing centers, the seers took notice." His eyes gleamed with cruel satisfaction. "Humans descended from those the Keeper blessed in the old days. Their blood doesn't feed the Wire hunger. It soothes it, makes it bearable, turns monsters into lovesick pets." The revelation crashed over me, burying everything I'd thought I understood about my nature, about Elira, about the impossible bond we'd forged in defiance of every natural law. "You were made for this," he continued, voice growing stronger with each word. "Cursed to endless hunger, then given the one thing that could ease it. A leash disguised as salvation. The Keeper's greatest joke, making you think you'd found love when all you'd found was another form of imprisonment. No, the denial roared through me with volcanic force, but underneath it was the terrible ring of truth, the way my hunger had quieted in her presence, the colors my chest blazed when she touched me, the absolute need that had replaced simple appetite. Not love, design, purpose, a chain forged in divine fire and disguised as devotion. "She was never yours by choice," the dark elf pressed, seeing the cracks forming in my certainty. "The moment our seers realized what had been lost, they sent us. Did you think one Moira could hide from the combined resources of the Shadowlands? You were drawn to her scent like iron to lodestone, compelled by forces beyond your understanding. And she, poor thing, mistakes Stockholm Syndrome for affection, terror for... I tore his head from his shoulders before he could finish the sentence, but the damage was already done. Made for this. Cursed to hunger, then given relief. The Keeper's greatest joke. The rage that followed was beyond anything I'd felt during the battle, beyond the protective fury that had driven me to slaughter. This was existential fury, the rage of a creature discovering that everything it had believed about itself was a lie. I thought I was choosing her, thought the connection we'd built was real, born of recognition and understanding, and the miracle of finding beauty in a beast. But it had all been orchestrated, designed, as inevitable as gravity and just as meaningless. The remaining elves tried to flee as I exploded outward from the cave, but there was nowhere in these mountains they could run that I wouldn't follow. I caught them one by one, tearing them apart with methodical precision. Their screams echoed off the surrounding peaks, a symphony of agony that should have brought satisfaction, but only made the emptiness in my chest burn brighter. When the last of them fell silent, when their blood had painted the snow in patterns that would feed the mountain scavengers for weeks, I stood among the carnage, and felt nothing but rage so pure it threatened to consume what remained of my sanity. The Keeper's balm. I'd been played, manipulated by forces I couldn't see or understand, led by the nose to exactly the fate some divine power had designed for me. The hunger, the curse, even my capacity for what I thought was love. All of it was choreography in a dance I'd never consented to join. And Elira. She doesn't know, I realized. She thinks this is choice, thinks what we have is real. She has no idea she's just another tool in the Keeper's design. The thought should have brought comfort, should have allowed me to preserve at least the illusion of her innocence in all this. Instead, it only made the fury burn brighter, more focused. Because if she was just another piece on the board, if her affection was nothing more than the response the Keeper had designed her to feel, then what did that make the tenderness in her voice when she said my name? What did it make the trust in her eyes when she offered herself to me? Lies, whispered the voice of rage and betrayal. All of it lies, programmed responses to keep you docile, while the Keeper laughs at the monster who thought he'd learned to love. I threw back my head and roared, the sound carrying across valleys and peaks with enough force to shake snow from distant ridges. Let every creature in these mountains hear. Let them know that the wearer of Calzadern Ridge had learned the truth about his cage. When I finally returned to the cave, my chest blazed white-hot with hunger and fury combined. The light burned so bright it hurt to look at directly, cycling through colors that belonged to no creature capable of rational thought. And in the grief of our violated sanctuary, I stared at the woman I thought I'd chosen and tried to decide whether salvation was worth the price of knowing it was just another type of damnation. In a world of elves, demons, and liches.
What would you choose?
Power?
Or passion?
Would you stab the monster in the back?
Or take him to bed?
The immersive fantasy audiobook bundle has it all.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com to get access.
Use code YouTube30 to get an additional 30% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive. Chapter 32. Elira. The silence that followed his return was deafening, heavy with the weight of blood and revelation, and something that felt like the death of innocence. Carith stood in the cave mouth, a figure carved from nightmare, his chest blazing with light so intense it cast dancing shadows on every surface. The bodies of the dark elves lay scattered behind him, their blood already beginning to freeze in the mountain cold. But it wasn't the carnage that made my heart hammer against my ribs. It was the way he looked at me, not with the protective fury I'd expected, not even with the controlled hunger I'd learned to navigate. This was something else entirely. Something that made every survival instinct I possessed scream at me to run. "Carith," I whispered. "What did they tell you?" His skull tilted, empty sockets blazing with fires that seemed to burn straight through to my soul. Hater's voice was rougher than I'd ever heard it, scraped raw by emotions I couldn't begin to identify. "Fragments," he said. I always knew fragments of the truth. His voice was rougher than I'd ever heard it, scraped raw by emotions I couldn't begin to identify. He took a step closer, and I caught the scent that rolled off him in waves, blood and violence and something deeper. Something that spoke of restraints finally snapping, of carefully constructed walls crumbling under pressure. "The Keeper's balm," he continued, and there was something like wonder in his voice, terrible and bitter. Humans blessed with blood that soothes rather than feeds, made to quiet the hunger in creatures like me. "You're saying I was made for this?" I asked, surprised by how steady my voice sounded. "Yes." The admission tore from his throat. And I knew. Not consciously, perhaps, but some part of me understood what you were the moment I caught your scent. Why I couldn't kill you. Why the hunger changed into something else entirely. He was close enough now that I could see the wild light cycling through his chest, could smell the copper tang of blood on his claws. But more disturbing than any physical threat was the way he looked at me, as if I was simultaneously the most precious thing in existence and the source of his deepest betrayal. "I'm just about holding back now," he said, voice dropping to a whisper that somehow carried more menace than any roar. "The scent of your blood, the taste of violence still on my tongue, it's all mixing together into something I don't recognize. I should have been terrified. Should have been backing toward the cave mouth, looking for escape routes, preparing to run for my life. Instead, I found myself taking a step closer, drawn by something divine and to do with the simple, stubborn certainty of my own heart. "Then don't hold back," I said. His head snapped up. "Elira." "If I was made for this," I interrupted, surprised by my own calm. "If my blood was designed to soothe your hunger, then maybe that's what should happen." I took another step closer. "If I have to die tonight, I'd rather it be in your arms than running scared through mountains that will kill me anyway." The sound that escaped his throat was part raw, part keen, pure anguish-given voice. His clawed hand rose toward my face, trembling with the effort of restraint, and I could see the war being fought behind his empty sockets. Hunger, love, need, rage, all of it tangled together into something too complex for simple words. "You don't understand," he said, claws brushing my cheek with butterfly gentleness, even as his whole frame shook with violence. "What they told me changes everything, makes everything we've built together into a lie." "Does it?" I reached up to cover his hand with mine, feeling the sharp points of his claws against my palm. "Does knowing why I affect you change the fact that you chose restraint over hunger? Does understanding the source of our connection make the tenderness any less real?" He stared down at me, this creature who'd been my doom and my salvation in equal measure, and I saw something crack in the walls he was building around himself. "The Keeper designed this," he said desperately. "Orchestrated it. We're just playing out roles written by powers we can't even comprehend." "Maybe," I agreed, leaning into his touch despite the danger it represented. "But if that's true, then the Keeper also designed you to be capable of growth, of choice, of building fires to keep me warm and cooking meat with careful attention to my comfort." My other hand found his chest, palm pressing against the blazing light that pulsed beneath bone and sinew. "Even if our connection started as divine manipulation, what we've made of it, that's ours. The way you hold me like I'm precious instead of prey, the way I've learned to see beauty in a beast. That's not programming, that's choice." The light under my palm pulsed once, twice, then began to steady. "I cannot hold back much longer," he said, the admission carrying the weight of prophecy. "Whatever restraint I've maintained, whatever control I've built, it's failing. The blood, the battle, the truth they revealed, it's all pushing me towards something I may not be able to come back from." I looked up at him, this impossible creature who'd become the centre of my universe, and felt something settle in my chest like bedrock certainty. "Then don't," I said simply. "Don't hold back. Don't fight what you are, or what I am, or what we were supposedly designed to be together." I rose on my toes, bringing my face closer to his. "If the Keeper wanted to create something beautiful from something terrible, maybe we should let it happen." His breath caught, a sound like the world holding its breath. "Even if it kills you?" "Even then," I whispered, and meant it with every fibre of my being. "Because if I'm going to die, I want it to mean something. I want it to be the completion of something larger than either of us could be alone." I offered myself not as prey, but as willing participant in whatever dark miracle we were meant to create together, and waited to see whether love truly was stronger than design, whether choice could triumph over fate, whether monsters and maidens could forge something that transcended the purposes for which they'd been made. His eyes blazed like stars, and his answer would determine whether we soared or burned. Chapter 33. Elira. Something in my words shattered the last of his restraint like glass against stone. His eyes blazed with light that belonged to no creature bound by mortal limitations, and when he moved, it was with the liquid violence of a predator finally unleashed. I had perhaps a heartbeat to register the shift before he was on me, hauling me against the nearest stone wall with force that drove the breath from my lungs. His mouth crashed into mine with desperate hunger, all teeth and need, and the taste of blood from the battle still fresh on his lips. Elira, he growled against my mouth, the word vibrating through my bones. Made for me, designed to be consumed. His claws found the fabric of my dress, and it parted like gossamer beneath his touch. The sound of tearing cloth was sharp in the cave's stillness, each rip punctuated by his harsh breathing, and the soft gasps I couldn't suppress as cold air hit my exposed skin. "Beautiful," he said, voice rough with wonder and hunger combined. "So perfect." The keeper knew exactly what would break me. But there was no gentleness in him now, no careful consideration for my human frailty. This was the monster from the legends, finally free to claim what divine design had placed in his path. His body pressed against mine with crushing force, pinning me to the wall as his mouth traced a burning path down my throat. I felt his fangs graze my pulse point, sharp enough to draw blood with the slightest pressure. The glow in his chest burned crimson, so intense it painted both our bodies in shades of fire and shadow. He was fighting. I could feel it in the tremor of his hands, the way his jaw clenched as he held back from the killing bite that every instinct demanded. "Don't hold back," I gasped, my hands finding the bone structure of his skull and gripping tight. "Take everything, body and soul, all of it." The sound he made was inhuman, part raw, part keen, pure need given voice. His control snapped entirely then, and suddenly I was drowning in sensation that bordered on overwhelming. His hands roamed my flesh with possessive desperation, claws retracting just enough to avoid tearing flesh, while he memorized every curve, every sensitive place that made me arch against him.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, the guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. When he finally pulled back, his chest was blazing with colours I'd never seen before. Gold and silver. His empty sockets searched my face with desperate intensity, as if he couldn't quite believe I was still breathing. "You're alive," he said, voice filled with wonder. "I drank from you, and you're still alive." I smiled, surprised by how steady I felt despite everything we'd just shared. "Did you think it would kill me?" "Always," he admitted, cradling me against his chest with surprising gentleness. "Every time I dreamed of taking what the hunger demanded, it ended with your death. But this..." He trailed off, studying the bite mark on my shoulder with fascination. "This is different." I could feel the truth of his words in the way my body responded to his presence. Not weakened by what he'd taken, but somehow more complete, as if the blood he'd drawn had been freely given rather than stolen, a gift rather than theft. But even as he held me with reverent care, even as his light steadied into something approaching peace, I could feel the hunger stirring restlessly beneath the surface. Not gone, it would never be gone, but transformed, focused entirely on me now, bound by ritual and surrender into something that might be sustainable. "Still there," he murmured against my hair, echoing my thoughts. The hunger. It's still there, but it's different. Quieter. Good, I said, surprising us both. I don't want it gone entirely. His skull tilted, questioning. Because it's part of you, I explained, tracing patterns in the glow of his chest. And I want all of you, the monster and the man, the hunger and the restraint, the creature who collects bones, and the one who builds fires for my comfort. All of it. In the silence that followed, drenched in the evidence of violence and the scent of our joining, I felt something settle between us that was stronger than design, more powerful than divine manipulation, choice, the pure and simple, the decision to be more than what we'd been made to be, to forge something beautiful from the raw materials of curse and blessing alike. Whether we succeeded or failed, at least we'd burn bright enough to light the darkness. And in his arms, marked by his teeth and claimed by his hunger, I'd never felt more free.
Chapter 34. Kerith. The silver moon hung low over the peaks, casting everything in shades of pearl and shadow as we emerged from the blood-soaked cave into the clean mountain air. Elira moved beside me with steady grace, her hand finding mine as we walked toward the flat outcropping of stone where I'd brought her to see the frozen lake that first day. A lifetime ago, it seemed now. Here, beneath the watchful eyes of ancient stars, we would complete what divine design had begun, and mortal choice would transform into something entirely our own. My light pulsed with steady crimson as I turned to face her, drinking in the sight of moonlight on her skin, the way her dark hair caught silver highlights like captured starfire. She was beautiful beyond any aesthetic I'd thought myself capable of appreciating, not just the symmetry of features, but something deeper. The radiance that came from someone who'd looked into the heart of a monster and found something worth saving. "Are you certain?" I asked, though we both knew the question was ceremonial. The choice had been made the moment she'd offered herself in that blood-soaked cave, the moment she'd chosen trust over terror. "I've never been more certain of anything," she said simply. I knelt before her on the cold stone, this impossible creature who'd become the center of my universe. The position should have felt strange, a predator genuflecting before prey, but instead it felt right, proper, the acknowledgement of something sacred passing between us. "Then bind yourself to me," I said, voice rough with emotion too complex for simple words. "Not because the Keeper designed it, not because divine will demands it, but because you choose it, because we choose each other." She moved with ceremonial grace, tilting her head to expose the elegant curve of her throat. In the moonlight, I could see her pulse beating beneath skin so delicate, it seemed impossible it had ever withstood my touch. Her hands trembled, not with fear, but with the magnitude of what we were about to seal. "I offer myself willingly," she whispered, the words carrying the weight of vows spoken before altars. "Not as prey to predator, but as mate to mate, blood to blood, heart to heart, until the mountains crumble and the stars go dark." The formal cadence surprised me, as if she understood instinctively that this moment required ritual, ceremony, words that carried weight beyond their mere sound. Perhaps the Keeper's design ran deeper than either of us had realized, writing the script for this bonding into the very fabric of what we were. Or perhaps love, when it reached sufficient intensity, simply demanded its own liturgy. I rose slightly, bringing my mouth to her throat, feeling the flutter of her pulse against my lips. The hunger roared to life at the proximity, but it was different now, not mindless need, but something more focused, more purposeful. This wasn't feeding. This was consecration. My fangs pierced her skin with surgical precision, finding the vein that would give me what I needed without threatening her life. The first drop of blood to touch my tongue exploded through my consciousness like liquid, not just copper and salt, and the metallic tang of mortality. This was essence distilled, courage and compassion, defiance and tenderness, all the qualities that had drawn me to her in the first place, now flowing through me like benediction. I could taste her grief for her murdered family, her terror during those first nights in my cave, her gradual recognition that monsters could learn to love. But underneath it all was something else, something that spoke of connections forged in fire, of bonds that transcended the merely physical. The Keeper's blessing, perhaps, but transformed by will and choice into something that belonged entirely to us. The taste was torment and ecstasy combined, pleasure so intense it bordered on agony. My chest blazed with colors, cycling through the entire spectrum of emotion before settling into captured starlight. For a moment I lost myself entirely in the communion, in the knowledge that I was taking not just her blood, but her essence, her very soul mixing with mine in ways that could never be undone. Then training reasserted itself. I pulled back before I could take too much. The wound closed under my tongue, healing with supernatural swiftness as I licked it clean. A few drops, no more. Enough to seal our bond without threatening her mortality. "Mine," I whispered against her throat, the word carrying depths of meaning that went far beyond simple possession. Her hand rose to cup my cheek, fingers tracing bone with the tenderness of someone who'd learned to find beauty in the strangest places. When I looked up at her, I saw tears streaming down her face, not of pain or fear, but of something that looked remarkably like joy. "Always," she replied, and the simple word contained multitudes, promises and vows, and the kind of certainty that could move mountains. I gathered her into my arms, holding her against my chest where she could feel the steady pulse of the cursed light that had drawn us together. In the moonlight, surrounded by peaks that had witnessed our courtship and the violence of our protection, I made the only vow that mattered. "Never again," I said, my voice carrying across the valleys like thunder. "I will never drink from another living soul. Your blood is the only sustenance I need, your essence the only thing that can quiet the hunger that defines my existence." The curse that had bound me for centuries, that had made me a terror in these mountains, suddenly had focus, direction, purpose beyond mere survival. I was no longer just a Wera. I was her Wera, bound by choice and ceremony that could rewrite the basic laws of existence. "What are we now?" she asked quietly, her breath warm against my collarbone. I considered the question as we stood beneath the ancient stars, two creatures who transcended their original purposes to become something entirely new. Not predator and prey, not even monster and maiden in the traditional sense. Something unprecedented, I said finally. Something that shouldn't be possible but exists anyway. Something that will either save us both or destroy us completely. She laughed, the sound silver bright in the thin air. I can live with that kind of uncertainty. "Good," I said, holding her closer as the wind whispered promises and warnings in equal measure. "Because we're going to have eternity to figure out what it means." In the distance, something howled. Another predator claiming territory. Another voice raised in the eternal song of hunters and hunted. But it couldn't touch us here, in this moment of perfect understanding, and the promise of whatever future we would forge together. Under the silver moon, bound by blood and could remake the world, we stood ready to face whatever came next. Together, always together, as the Keeper had designed, but as we had chosen to transform. And if the gods laughed at the monster who'd learned to love and the maiden who'd chosen to be claimed, at least they laughed with approval. Some bonds, it seemed, were stronger than the purposes for which they'd been forged.
Chapter 35. Elira. A year. A full cycle of seasons had passed since that night beneath the silver moon, when we'd sealed our bond in blood and light. The cave that had once been nothing more than a predator's lair now looked like something approaching a home. Thick rugs covered the stone floors. Furniture carved from mountain pine created spaces for more than just sleeping. and the walls that had once displayed nothing but bones now held dried flowers and small treasures we'd found during our explorations of the ridge. I stirred the stew bubbling over the fire, breathing in the rich scent of herbs and meat that had become as familiar as Carith's presence. The kitchen, if it could be called that, was my favourite addition to our transformed sanctuary. Clay pots held spices I'd learned to identify and gather, iron implements hung from hooks carved into the stone, and everything was arranged with the kind of careful attention that spoke of a life being deliberately built rather than simply endured. Outside, snow fell in fat, lazy flakes that caught the firelight filtering through gaps in the cave mouth. Winter in the ridge was harsh, but we'd learned to find beauty in its severity, the way ice turned the peaks into crystal sculptures, the profound silence that came with deep cold, the perfect excuse to spend days wrapped in furs, while the world beyond remained frozen and still. It was peaceful here, safe, as close to domestic bliss as a monster and his willing captive could achieve. The soft sound of footsteps on stone made me smile without turning around. I'd learned to recognise his approach by now, the careful placement of feet that spoke of someone who could move silently when needed, but chose not to when announcing his presence, the consideration of a predator who'd learned that not all surprises were welcome. "You're back early," I called over my shoulder, adding another handful of wild onions to the pot. "Find anything interesting on patrol?" "Only confirmation that we remain alone on this mountain," he said, and I could hear the satisfaction in his voice. A year of defending our territory had established Carith as the undisputed apex predator in these peaks, and no creature, mundane or magical, dared challenge his claim any more. He moved up behind me and made my breath catch. I could feel the cold radiating from him. The scent of winter clung to him like perfume, pine needles and crisp air, and the clean smell of fresh snowfall. But underneath it was the deeper musk that was purely his, the scent that had become as essential to my sense of home as warmth and shelter. "Smells good," he murmured, but his arms came around my waist in a way that suggested food wasn't his primary interest. I tilted my head back against his chest, feeling the steady pulse of the light that had become my heartbeat's counterpoint. After a year of this dance, I could read the rhythms of his need as easily as my own breath. The way his glow shifted from contented gold to something deeper when he'd been away too long. The particular tension in his frame that spoke of hunger, acknowledged but not yet addressed. "The stew will be ready soon," I said, though I made no move to step away from his embrace. His laugh was a low rumble against my back. I wasn't talking about the stew. The admission sent warmth spreading through my chest. A year together, countless nights of intimacy and feeding, and he could still make me feel desired with nothing more than the tone of his voice. "You're hungry," I said, not a question but recognition of the thrum in his chest, the way his breathing had changed when he scented the blood beneath my skin. "Always for you," he confirmed, his mouth finding the curve of my neck where his mark had long since faded, but never truly disappeared. The touch of his lips against my throat sent electricity racing along my nerves, and I let my eyes flutter closed as familiar need began to build in my core. A year had not diminished the intensity of our physical connection. If anything, it had only grown stronger as we learned each other's rhythms, each other's needs. His fingers found the fastenings of my dress with practiced ease. The fabric pooled around my feet as he turned me in his arms, his empty sockets blazing with hunger. "The table," I breathed against his mouth, already moving toward the sturdy surface where we'd shared countless meals and more than a few moments of passion. He lifted me with effortless strength, setting me on the edge of the wooden surface as his mouth claimed mine. My legs wrapped around his waist, pulling him closer as his claws, careful, always careful, traced patterns of fire across my skin. "Need you," he growled against my throat, the words vibrating through my bones. "Then take me," I replied, arching into his touch. All of me. Everything I am.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. When it was over, I felt the familiar sense of completion that came from feeding the creature I loved. Not just with blood, but with presence, with willingness, with the knowledge that I was cherished beyond measure. Perfect, he murmured against my hair, arms tightening around me with protective gentleness. You're perfect. I smiled into the warmth of his chest, feeling more content than I'd thought possible when this strange courtship began. The stew's probably burning. Let it burn, he said, and I could hear the smile in his voice. I have everything I need right here. But even as the words left his mouth, his body went rigid against mine. What is it? I asked, though the sudden tension in his frame already told me everything I needed to know. His eyes blazed like stars as he turned toward the cave mouth, every line of his body shifting into predatory alertness. I smell another. His words caught the air and dragged it under.